Okay, Pablo, take it away.
So, does privacy necessarily conflict with compliance? My name is Pablo Kogen, Director of Engineering at QEDIT. And today, we are going to start spending. So let's start with taking the scene. Let's imagine the amount of privacy as some kind of axis. On the one hand, we have fully transparent systems, and on the other hand, we have fully opaque systems. Example for a fully transparent system is a database. Okay, a company runs the database and provides some service. The database is encrypted address, but to provide the service, we need to decrypt the data, do the operation, then encrypt it back. Next, we have unshielded public blockchain, such as Bitcoin, such as Ethereum, unencrypted. It's fully transparent. If you look at the transactions, you can deduce pretty much everything. On the other hand, on the other side of this, we have fully opaque systems. Systems like Moderator, Zcash, and others, where you look at the blockchain and you can basically deduce nothing. So this is the extreme on both sides. One comment on this, this does not imply distributed or undistributed system, meaning that indeed Moderator and Zcash and all of these are deployed as distributed systems, but theoretically we can drop out the consensus and run Zcash on top of database if we choose it. So the axis of privacy does not imply distribution. Then we have three types of systems, completely different systems. We have public blockchains, we have payment services, commercial payment systems like PayPal and others. And we have CBDC designs. On top of this, we have different jurisdictions. Each one of these different jurisdictions, different set of requirements for compliance. And in some sense, we are looking for a middle ground between fully opaque and fully transparent to be both private and compliant. So there are two approaches to achieve this middle ground. Either we start with a fully transparent system and add privacy, or we start with a fully opaque system and attempt to add some compliance features. So as an example, let's take Zcash, the Rouach protocol. So Zcash uses homomorphic commitments, encryption, re-randomized signatures in ZKProof system to shield basically everything. When you look Okay, so providing the viewing key will reveal the entire history. Next, the entire history consists of re-randomized addresses. Meaning, okay, right, we reveal the history, but on the incoming side and on the outgoing side of this log, we will see re-randomized addresses, okay, and not the canonical identity of the sender. And the third thing is the decryption of the viewing key is not guaranteed by the consensus. So basically, a malicious user can deviate from the protocol and encrypt the viewing key using a different key. And no one will ever know. And when I provide my viewing key, the other side will be able to see everything except this specific transaction that I intentionally encrypted with some garbage key and throw it away. So it's not enforced. So some of the potential improvements that we can do to viewing keys to provide better compliance is, first of all, enforce viewing keys by the protocol. So to do so, we need to guarantee some properties of the plain text. Everything is encrypted, but we need the plain text to have a very specific property that provide this viewing key functionality. To do so, we need either zero knowledge or verifiable encryption. Verifiable encryption is different from zero knowledge in the sense that to prove something in zero knowledge, we actually need to implement the encryption inside the zero knowledge circuit. So it is possible, and we many times when we talk about zero knowledge, we say stuff like we can prove any statement or any relation. It is true, but many times it is unfeasible. So we might have to resort to a verifiable encryption scheme to really achieve this functionality. Next thing that we might want to improve with viewing keys is the granularity. So many times I provide my viewing key and everything is disclosed, but not necessarily that I want to disclose everything. To be considered compliant, many times the audit include my incoming sources. They doesn't care where I eat pizza or where I eat sushi. They just care what's the source of the money. And currently, the viewing key will disclose everything, including all my personal transactions, etc., which are many times not relevant to the thing that I want to prove using the viewing key. So we might consider using granularity. And then to have the next step is provable granularity. Correct? Prove that I disclose all my incoming transactions. And the third thing that we might consider is to disable re-randomization. Meaning, currently, when I use the viewing key, I get re-randomized address, which is very hard to work with because it's not canonical. It doesn't prove anything. Okay, I provide a one-time address, and it doesn't prove that whether this address belongs to a bad organization or good organization. So we might consider disable re-randomization altogether. Re-randomization is there to provide unlinkability, which is a good feature. But sometimes, for some assets, we can consider disabling on per asset basis. Not every asset need to have this feature. It is something to consider. Another thing that we can consider is to add a global viewing key, meaning let's say that in some jurisdiction the regulator insists that the regulator need to see everything. So we might provide a global viewing key to this regulator, again on per asset basis. Only if this is needed, only if this is truly required. To avoid providing some kind of blanket approval to see everything, we might split this key between the regulator and the entity that issues it. And then the regulator doesn't get a blanket approval. It needs to provide some kind of court order to get the actual information. And only when these guys combine the key, they get the transaction history, for example. The applicability, this is directly applicable for shielded blockchains. It is also applicable for commercial payment providers, meaning today we take for granted that Visa and PayPal see our entire transaction history, but this could be different. Service providers can deploy shielded mechanism and to exclude themselves from the viewing list and give, for example, the viewing key to the authority. So PayPal doesn't see what is happening inside, but the authority, the regulator, can see what is happening inside. It is much better than the situation today where PayPal sees everything.
Just a question about the viewing key. Is it to so you can see the individual transaction, or does the viewing key allow the regulator to see all the transactions?
Well, this is a set of features. Okay, I provide the abilities, and eventually we together need to decide what exactly we are taking from here. And that maybe yes, maybe no. It depends. The operator, the service provider, will operate the service, will run the database, but only the regulator will be able to look inside and to see whether this is a fraud or whether this is illegal activity, etc. This is also applicable for CBDC. Or once the CBDC is well defined, they're probably going to find the company that runs this thing. So we can decouple the operation of running the CBDC infrastructure from the viewing key. So the company that runs this entire operation not necessarily have the ability to look inside, and the privacy is better protected. Okay, a different feature, moving away from viewing keys, a completely different feature that we might consider to improve compliance is to have some kind of blacklist enforcement. So the properties that we require from a blacklist, the ability to freeze funds for a suspicious address. Okay, I suspect this user, I freeze this fund. Later, the user provides the proper explanation. I unfreeze his funds back, and he can transact again. This is what I require. A potential approach to implement this. So there is an authority that from time to time commits updated accumulator digest to the chain. We assume cryptographic accumulators. And then, in addition to the regular proof, the sender will also provide a non-membership proof. And here we have a choice to make. Either the canonical address is blacklisted or not, or the re-randomized address. And we will talk about this in a second. The guarantee that we get is that the sender is not blacklisted at the time of the transfer. And this is somehow in line with the current banking system. So the current banking system, let's say I want to move a significant amount to the Bahamas, so they can freeze this transaction and ask a lot of questions. But once they approve this transaction, it's rarely the case that they can roll it back from a different jurisdiction. So this feature is somehow in line with what's currently happening with the banking system. Okay, so the advantages here is privacy preserving. Basically, nothing additional is exposed except the verifier learns nothing except non-inclusion in the blacklist. Okay, so it's very privacy preserving and user friendly. User friendly in the sense that if my address gets blacklisted and then I go and provide proper explanation to my activity, it can be unblacklisted. And once again, I'm back in the game. Disadvantages. Well, the hardest question is who controls the blacklist, right? So we can consider a committee or per asset authority, like you have different assets, and there is a dedicated authority for each of these assets, for example. The other problem with this approach is that blacklisting randomized addresses is not effective. Okay, you blacklist some randomized addresses, and the user just generate new randomized addresses and overcome the blacklist. So we can consider removing randomization or blacklisting the canonical address. Applicability, this is applicable to a shielded blockchain. The next feature that I would like to discuss is asset traceability. Okay, what is asset traceability? So the requirement is we want to ensure that funds did not traverse via a malicious hop. But we want to define these malicious hops post-fact, meaning unlike blacklist where the user is either blacklisted now or not at all, and we allow the transaction. Here we want to update the malicious hop list post-fact, and then try to deduce whether these funds were previously in some malicious user hands or not. So it is more complicated than blacklist. So for a couple of examples, let's say that we have mining that we consider a legitimate activity, and then we have a bunch of hops, and then the funds arrive at some regulated financial institution, and this institution, when accepting the funds, want to make sure that there wasn't any malicious activity in any of the previous hops. So in this case, the financial institution will accept the funds, and it will be considered as compliant. If one of the previous hops is malicious, well, it is not compliant, and the regulated financial institution might reject the transaction or something similar. If we assume that we have some financial institution in the middle, so we don't need to go back because we assume that this institution already audited the previous transactions, and if we are currently here, all we need is to make sure that this part is compliant. We don't need to go all the way back to mining. Okay, one potential approach for this is for every transaction, we would like to attach some kind of canonical identity, but we want to enforce this. So we want to prove that I indeed as a user attach the correct canonical identity. So very informally, I would like to show that the ciphertext indeed include the canonical identity, and that the diversified address is indeed derived from the canonical identity. Yes?
Can you use an FHE scheme to do this?
Yes, but not directly.
Okay. I found this through when I had a solution, so I'm just wondering why you're using this instead of that. Like, it's not critical in the sense, it's like, because it's both fact, you have a bit of time to do all of this, so maybe.
Yeah, but with FHE you need to provide the keys, yeah. And here you just need to provide the proof. So okay. There is no problem with how you distribute the keys.
Okay. So, thank you.
And we remain with the key. Okay, once again, as I encrypted it correctly, I proved that everything is encrypted correctly, everything is great. Once again, who controls the key? So the first thing that we can do is to say, only me. This is my key. I have the key, and if I would like to prove something to financial or regulatory entity, I will provide the key on a need to know basis. This is called the elective disclosure. Okay, the problem with elective disclosure is that it can guarantee only one hop. So let's say the money was here and it was approved. Then I'm the user, and then this is an exchange. So yes, if this is the one hop, then I can prove that this graph is compliant. But if I have many hops, I cannot force the previous user to provide his keys. is maybe not available, or maybe he lost his keys. I can only provide my keys. So this will work only for one of the bank. We can consider giving the key to the issuer. Let's say we have one blockchain, many issuers, many assets. So every issuer will have the key to this canonical identity and will use it as necessary. We can consider giving the key to the regulator. We can consider secret share between the issuer and the regulator. We can consider giving it to some kind of committee. Once again, we need to properly define who is the committee. Okay. The next thing I want to present is an approach completely different, completely distinct from Zcash, something that is called the privacy budget. So let's imagine a system where we can create shielded and unshielded transactions. So the requirements are such that large transactions can be audited, similar to what we see with bank transactions. Currently, bank transactions can be audited. The regulator comes to the bank and the bank discloses the books. But small transactions in the real world that is done by cash cannot be audited. They are private. So let's imagine a system that preserves these both requirements. So there is some designs for such a system. One of these designs is UTT, and I will take this as an example. So UTT uses re-randomized signatures similar to Zcash. And let's say we have an example. Alice, similar to the UTXO model, Alice has something like 2 tokens of $50, and she wants to pay Bob $70. In addition to this, she has a privacy budget of $500. Okay, so we have 3 incoming tokens. The first token of Alice $50, the second token of Alice $50, the privacy budget token of 500.
What's a privacy budget? Just to understand,
Yeah.
what am I spending when I'm taking from that budget?
So you as a user in this system, you get a daily privacy budget. Let's say the amount is 500. You get this token in addition to your regular funds. You get privacy token, and you can apply this on any transaction as long as the amount doesn't exceed. So this happens on a daily basis, signed by the issuer. And if you don't have privacy budget, okay, you can still spend the money, but it will be unshielded. This is parallel to Zcash. If you want to create a shielded transaction, so on the incoming side, you have 50-50 and the privacy budget 500. On the outgoing side, you have 70 to Bob, 30 change back to Alice, and a new privacy budget token of 430. So this looks very similar to the UTXO model input and output, also similar to the Zcash shielded model input and output. So if this is shielded in Zcash, we usually prove that the input is equal to the output. But here, in addition, we would like to prove that the new privacy budget token was computed correctly. Okay, another part of the proof, and then we enforce privacy budget. Okay, there was a pilot of Bank of Israel and VMware led by Itai Avraham, and they examined exactly this because this in many ways is similar to the world that we are living today with cash and bank transactions. Cash is unauditable, bank transactions are auditable, and at least some central banks are looking at this kind of schemes.
What's the difference between the privacy budget of $500 and then new privacy budget token?
So once you do this transaction, you spend $70 of your privacy budget, and you remain with 430 privacy budget that you can spend later in the day. Okay, so the new privacy budget is the old privacy minus the amount that you spend.
So the budget's not, sorry, it's not a token. It's just a cap.
Well, the budget is represented in the system by a token. Okay, so you have like a privacy token, so the default configuration should be, okay, everything is private until I run out of privacy budget, and then I start to do unscheduled transactions in the whole system. So in the context of CBDC, yes, it seems well suited for CBDC. We have one central authority to provide the privacy tokens, and we have a well-defined set of users, meaning we have a list of users, registered users. We already identified these users, so we can distribute the privacy tokens relatively easy because we know our users. Everything is identified, directly applicable for CBDC. For payment system, again, we have the authority, paper or whatever is the authority, and they issue these privacy tokens if they choose to. And we also have a set of approved users. So paper is familiar with the customer, it do KYC, AML, whatever. It knows the customers and it distributes the privacy budget to these specific customers. In the context of public blockchain, so I can envision that the central authority is somehow replaced by a consensus system. It is relatively easy to envision, but the hard part is the users. So in a permissionless blockchain today, everyone can open an account. There is no need for AMC, KML, nothing. You can open as many accounts as you like. If we don't have some kind of digital identity, we cannot distribute properly these privacy tokens, and the system explodes. So a requirement from a public blockchain for this kind of system is to have some sort of digital identity to say that we have a proper set of users that get the privacy tokens. Okay, let's talk a little bit about real-world testing. So why even mention real-world testing? So we believe that all these options, there is no way to solve this theoretically. Okay, we can sit in the room all day long and talk and talk and talk, but there has to be something practical, some real-world usage and some iteration over this real-world usage and adjustments and turn on this feature, turn off this feature. Like we cannot decide without some real-world testing what's the proper set of privacy and compliance features that we actually need in the context of each system. Okay, there's no one-size-fits-all solution, different jurisdictions, different systems. There's no silver bullet to that. And if we want to one day to deploy a CBDC, deploy an untested protocol, a protocol that we invented in the lab and never tested in the real world, is undesirable to say the least. Okay, so how can we test these things? Okay, we can deploy a new blockchain with some combination of these features. I would argue that this does not change the status quo because we already have fully shielded, fully opaque systems in the wild. So if we deploy something new but with more compliance, this does not change the status quo to the world. A different approach that we can take for testing is deploy multiple assets, but every asset has a different set of compliance features, but everything is hosted on one blockchain. So we have one blockchain, multiple assets. This asset is this set of compliance features, other asset, call it a different name, other set of compliance features. This only works in the US, this only works in China, or something in this. When I say works in terms of regulatory acceptance. So this is accepted, let's say this set of compliance features is accepted in the US, and this is accepted in different countries. people will still be able to use the blockchain permissionlessly, but if they want to prove some kind of compliance to a financial institution, then yes, only if this asset is accepted with the standard, then it will work for them. So potentially during the issuance, the issuer has some flags, and then the issuer will turn on this and this and this flag and turn off, I don't know, blacklist and something else. So every issuer has a mix and match, can decide what compliance features he wants to enforce. Everything is hosted on the same block, on one blockchain. A spin on this is to host multiple shielded pools. So for example, in Zcash, we have the concept of shielded pools. So every time we upgrade the protocol, we create a new shielded pool. So the offshore shielded pool is distinct from subbank shielded pool, etc. So we can have a new shielded pool, and every asset in this new shielded pool, say, provide a set of compliance features. And then we don't have a problem of mix and match. Everything in this shielded pool is guaranteed to be compliant with this set of features that might be accepted by some regulator. Okay, I will conclude by saying that we do have the cryptographic building blocks to balance compliance and privacy. Thank you. Any question? Sure.
Just curious, like, so is this very similar to the espresso systems case? Where they're focusing on the shielded asset as opposed to the shielded transaction? Like,
I'm not familiar with okay, but if you can ask something specific, I can.
No, that's okay. I was just curious. And in your experience, have you found the shielded asset component difficulty approaching issuers to take on that type of liability of footing the keys for that?
You mean in the context of viewing keys?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the biggest problem with viewing keys, even if we decided to give the viewing keys to the regulator, it's not necessarily that the regulator has the skills to operate these viewing keys. It required some cryptography heavy lifting, so we can't expect the regulator all of a sudden will be a cryptography expert and operate and create a system. So we have to create some kind of bridge. Yeah.
Are you imagining the shielded assets to be used much like how local currencies are today, so that each jurisdiction can have its own sort of currency as an asset?
We need to have some kind of balance between the issuer and his business goals, right? If you are some kind of commercial entity, let's say PayPal want to issue some kind of token, depends on the plans. If he one day intend to become a legitimate player in the financial system, he needs to think about compliance. But maybe he don't. Maybe he doesn't care. Right? Okay. Or maybe he want to, I don't know, to deal with this later. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Almost there. You want to present what you're going to be talking about?
Sure. So I think what Pablo left off is perfect, because your thesis, your conclusion, sorry, was that we have the cryptographic building blocks to balance anonymity and privacy and accountability. So in my talk, I'm going to look a little bit under the hood. I'm going to look at those building blocks and play with them and see what else we can do. All right. So So I'm gonna start with the trying to represent money electronically. So forget blockchain, there's no blockchain. We're talking about just the regular money cycle. This is a big simplification. That's why we have our user Alice. So she lives in Wonderland. So it's a very, very simplified idea of what money does. And we don't have to necessarily think about it as money. It could be token, it could do things, but familiar with. So how does money travel in the system? There's a bank. Alice withdraws money from the bank. She's this is what it's going to look like, our money. Then she spends it, and once she spends it, it goes to the merchant. And in this very, very simplified model of money, I'm going to pretend that the merchant immediately goes straight to the bank and deposits. So if this is how we think about money or tokens, those are the only things that are happening, so big simplification. Then the system consists of three protocols. There's a protocol for Alice to withdraw money. There is a protocol to spend money. And then there's a protocol for the merchant to deposit money back in the bank. And what we want from such a system, if we want to realize it on paper, in any way we want to realize it, we don't want it to be possible to forge or copy money. And the privacy requirement that we want is that we can figure out how to spend it. Okay. So the question is, how do we do this electronically? We are fairly comfortable with using physical cash. So this problem, of course, has history. So you asked me a few slides ago whose face was on that $2 bill. There was a $2 bill because it's one and a zero. And $2 bill is my favorite bill. That's why I put the picture of my favorite cryptographer on it. So then the question is, who should be on the $1 bill? And the answer is David Chow, because this way of thinking about money dates back to Chow's work in the 1980s. So he came up with this beautiful idea of privacy preserving withdrawal protocol, where you can withdraw a token from a bank, and when you show up and spend it at the merchant, it doesn't look anything like what it did in the withdrawal protocol. So that's called the blind signature, very well studied, lots of papers written to this day about it. And his killer app for that was electronic cash. And so now let's drill a little bit deeper. So in this paper, abbreviated CFN, that's Champion Naor, they introduced offline eCash, which means that these protocols are truly kind of separate from each other. You don't need to, as you're spending the money, the merchant doesn't have to run to the bank and immediately deposit, because there's some protection from double spending. So that's what on offline eCash is. So now let me tell you the roadmap for my talk, now that I've introduced this concept. I'm going to start by giving you the main idea of offline eCash, how it works. So we're really going to go under the hood and look at crypto. We're not going to shy away from it. It's not magic. It's real cool stuff that everybody should do. And then once I've shown you that, we're going to talk about how to use it to balance anonymity and accountability to do things that are very desirable, such as prevent money laundering, trace rogue users, and just the other stuff that I'm going to be talking about. It's my own work, but from many years ago. So just to make it a little bit more fun and recent, we're also going to talk about a more recent paper. And then I'm going to mention at the end what needs to be standardized to make this a reality. And warning, you need to pay attention because there's going to be a Okay, so the main idea of offline eCash. Well, we have to start, of course, with our favorite building blocks that we've been talking about all day. Digital signatures, security party computation. Okay, we haven't been talking about that too much today, but so I'll introduce it to you when it comes up. And zero knowledge proofs. Okay, so, and for now, we have them as general building blocks, but later on it'll be important in practice, especially when we come to the question of what to standardize, that we use very specific algorithms that allow us to instantiate the whole system with reasonable conditions. Okay, whoops. Oh, this is the wrong version of my slides, sorry. Sorry about that. Very, very sorry about that. That was an animation. The other one's much better.
Much better.
Yeah, because I fixed the animation.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm not sure that you'll have animations on the people. So,
Oh,
so,
well, I think,
I'll
sorry about that.
get to
This
see this.
is the thing. So I do have animations. This is what I mean by animations. So, okay, can you find it with the more recent version of the slide? Sorry about that. Oh, sorry. But while John is working on that, let me give you a preview of what offline feedback, how it works. So the way it works is, remember we have a secure two-party protocol. A secure two-party protocol that I'm going to for now pretend it's magic. So we have two participants. In this case, we have a bank who is issuing the money to the user, and we have the user Alice. And they run this protocol, as a result of which the bank learns nothing about Alice other than the fact that the transaction was successful, so he can debit her account by $1. Whereas Alice receives two random values, A and B. And that was the animation that I forced. That was meant to be that animation that triggered. I'm like, this is the wrong version. So Alice receives two integers, A and B, and the bank's signature on, and now this is kind of important, on her own secret key that she had to input into this transaction. Now I have my illustration. Two-party competition. Alice input her own secret key into this, and the bank input its signing key. And what Alice receives as an output are two random integers A and B, and a signature from the bank on the value X, which is her own key, and these A and B. And A is going to be the coin's serial number, and B, we'll see later, is important for tracing double spending. So then it's time for Alice to spend. So she goes to the merchant, and somehow she receives, as a result of this transaction, there's a fresh nonce R. There are many ways of generating a fresh nonce. So, and in response, she reveals the coin's serial number, and then she computes this double spending equation, which is a function of her X. So X is, remember, it's Alice's own secret. And then she adds to X the value R, that's the fresh nonce, and the value B, that's the other random number that she got from the security party card. So she reveals this T, and then she proves to the merchant that, in fact, there exists an X, a B, and a signature sigma, such that T is computed correctly from X and B and R, and the signature varies. So that's okay. So why does this give us the properties we want? Oh, just a second. There's deposit protocol. So to deposit, the merchant just submits this to the bank. So why does it give us the properties we want? The reason that you cannot double spend this coin without some serious consequences is that suppose that you spend the same coin twice, as in you were issued in a transaction with the bank, you receive the bank's signature on A and B and your X, and now you spent the coin with the serial number A twice. If you spent it twice, then you received two different nonces the two times that you spent it, and therefore we and if they're different, now you have a system of two linear equations. And so there are two linear equations, two unknowns, solve for the unknowns, and you identify Alice. In fact, you get her secret key out, so that's a disincentive for her to cheat. So that's the main idea of offline eCash. And now just to make sure we're on the same page as to why it's privacy preserving.
Just a question, the
Yeah.
calculation is any pair of transactions that happen to be seeing. I'm gonna try to see if I can reduce the
No, because they have to have the same serial number. You see that it's the same
Okay.
coin because A matches. So that's otherwise you'd be wasting a lot of time trying to do this stuff.
Can you please explain the meaning of deposit? Like, what's the boundaries of the system?
Oh, so this is a toy system. This is a Wonderland. So in Wonderland, there's one bank, and all the users go to the bank to withdraw money, and then they spend the money at merchants, and merchants go to the bank and deposit money back to their own accounts. So each users have some account that gets debited when you withdraw, and then credited when you deposit.
Basically, they give the money and deposit to the system in exchange for this type of money. Right?
Yeah. Or maybe you earn it somehow, the
Yeah.
system,
Yeah, deposit to the system.
Right, but this is the money cycle, there's just these three things that happen. So it's a simplification because I'm not allowing in this picture of the world, I'm not allowing you, like after I've given you my $2 bill, you cannot then go, Jonathan, like that I'm ruling out. For now, I mean, there are systems that make that possible as well, but they're much more complicated. Okay, so why is this privacy preserving? Well, because if you use a zero knowledge simulator who just says, oh, let me just, I don't know, I have no idea what Alice's coin looks like. I don't even know if it's Alice. I'm just gonna make up a random serial number A and a random T and create a simulated proof. And I arrive at exactly the same view as if I was Alice spending Alice. So that's my privacy. All right. Okay. So that's an old idea going back to the 80s. My explanation of it is slightly more modern than that, but this is a nice, very beautiful building. Okay, so now let's just think again about this real life money and try to improve this picture a little bit. So here's how I want to improve it. So I want to allow Alice to withdraw a whole bunch of money all at once and then spend it a little bit at a time. So she spends a little bit at one merchant and a little bit at another merchant. Then deposits it, spends. It's positive. And every time like a little bit of her money is like spent, but she still has some money left. So this is the same actually when you were talking about the privacy budget. Right, so like this is eventually she's exhausting this privacy budget. This is and then she can withdraw it again and then lose the system. Okay, so this is known as compact eCash. So in compact eCash, this is a concept that was introduced by Jan Kamenisch, Susan Hockenberg, and myself back in 2005. So it's old paper. So in compact eCash, you have the same algorithm for withdraw, spend, and deposit and identify, but the withdrawal algorithm allows you to withdraw the withdrawal of money and then you spend it one by one. And the complexity of the protocol is logarithmic in this size of the wallet. So how does compact eCash work? Very, very similar to just regular offline eCash, but with just one additional building block, which is a pseudorandom function panel. So pseudorandom function is a function where, as long as you keep your little seed of randomness secret, to an outside observer, your pseudorandom function looks exactly like a random function. Okay. So the withdrawal looks exactly the same. The withdrawal looks exactly the same, except in the offline eCash, I call those two values A and B, and now I'm calling them S and T. Because now I'm thinking about them as seeds to my pseudorandom function. Okay, now to spend $1, there's Alice, here's the merchant. Again, there's a random nonce. So now the serial number, so let's say that N is the limit of how many coins, and N is the number of coins you withdrew. So Alice can create N serial number. So this is the ith time, the ith coin that she's spending. The serial number is just the pseudorandom function of I, seeded by this randomness S. And then the double spending equation is computed also very similarly, except instead of that B that was there from this offline eCache, we put in the F seeded by T on the same I. And now the zero knowledge proof must convince the verifier that I is between 1 and n, so that Alice hasn't overspent her wallet, and that A is computed correctly as a function, as this pseudorandom function of I, and T is computed correctly, and the signature verifies. So very, very similar. Okay, so that's compact eCache. So why is it, and the deposit the same as before? Why is it unforgeable? Like, why can't we forge money? Well, if you spend more than n coins and the proof is sound, that means that one of your serial numbers must repeat. And the nonce R does not repeat. So you find the two spendings of the coin, you solve the system of linear equations, you identify Alice. Okay, and then you can punish yourself. And it's still privacy preserving by exactly the same argument, because this is a pseudorandom function, doesn't reveal anything. And the zero knowledge proof can be seen. Okay, so remember I warned you about pop quiz, it's coming up soon. Okay, so we've seen the main idea of offline eCache. So now we're ready for the quiz. So here's the quiz. So, so now I want to change the scenario a little bit. So I want to say, I want to prevent money laundering. So the Cheshire Cat is very suspicious, not a money launderer, dude. So we want to say, you can, go to the Cheshire Cat and buy whatever you want, but only up to $100. If you spend more than $100 from the same wallet with the Cheshire Cat, then we can identify. So how do we do that? And the hint is that a coin can have more than one serial. Okay. So this is actually quite simple, but there was like a other paper that we wrote. So let's say that this is the ith coin, but it's the jth time with this merchant. So the withdrawal protocol is very similar, except now we have 4 seeds, S1 T1 and S2 T2. And the coin, as I said, is going to have 2 serial numbers and 2 double spending equations. So first of all, it has a serial number that just corresponds to this coin. And second of all, it has a serial number that corresponds to this coin, to this wallet and this merchant. So this second serial number, A2, is now a function of the identity of the merchant, and also this is the J time with the merchant. And then you also compute the double spending equation, the 2 double spending equations. And the proof now needs to also convince you that J is between 1 and 100. And other than that, everything is the same. And the interesting thing is that this way of preventing money laundering, there's no way to do it with physical cash. Like, there's no way to do it. Like, this is kind of the first time that there was even a way of doing it kind of automatic, without a lot of guns and other agents. Okay. And deposit is the same. So suppose it is more than n coins, just the same as before, it means that A1 is repeats, and so you can identify Alice. If you spend more than 100 coins for the Cheshire Cat, that means that A2 must repeat, and again, you can catch Alice. But same exact. All right, and the privacy, same exact. Okay, so it's another problem. So it does seem like, yep.
So the n is not fixed, and every time you spend.
Oh no, n is fixed. N is a parameter of the system. So the system allows you to withdraw n when it's all of the same.
When you spend, what are the type It's the remaining amount that you're repaying, that's right?
Nobody knows how much money you have remaining. But this is the ith coin and the wallet was of size n. So you just have to convince the verifier that the I is between 1 and 2. Yeah, so
So it's the, okay.
yeah. Yeah, so you know how much money you have left, so you just spend coin number 1, coin number 2, etc. But nobody else does.
What if this money gets stolen by somebody?
Right.
They are using your cash, then still it will go back to Alice.
Yeah,
And Alice is not spending the money, but somebody else is, and they are doing.
that's a very good question. So there's many answers. One answer is that maybe that's not a bug but a feature, because if Alice lost her wallet, this way she can be found and told, hey, like what's going on here? And maybe there's some remedy, like maybe she can figure out what happened and then whatever, file a police report, I don't know. That's one answer. Another answer is that, so here in this scheme that I presented, her entire secret key is leaked to the, right? So that seems to be very, very harsh. So we can make it a little bit less harsh by saying, well, instead of leaking her secret key X, maybe we leak the public key response to her, or something a little bit less harsh that's still good enough to kind of alert Alice that something bad has happened. And if she, if it wasn't her, maybe she can make a case.
So then who computes A, B, and sigma?
Oh, okay, so
Is that
A and B, the user computes based on her secret information. The sigma is a value that she gets from the bank at withdrawal time, that she cannot compute herself because that's the bank's signature on her bond.
but then the private key of the person you can use compute the sigma, right?
Yes, but that's true, but it's being done in a secure two-party protocol where it isn't being leaked to the bank. So the bank, even though the bank's signature is on X, the bank doesn't see X coming clear. They run a secure protocol as a result of which the bank learns nothing, but the user gets the signal.
The private key is still leaving the secure enclave or
Yeah.
APM though, right?
Exactly, yeah.
That's
Yes.
not the secure use of private key.
No, the private key never leaves your machine.
Right.
And it could, if you want to do it via a TPM, it can stay in the TPM. In fact, these protocols, if you're a fan of TPM, there's a part of the TPM standard called direct anonymous attestation that uses these very algorithms. Okay, so next pop quiz is for those of you who read it screen. So maybe it's a little bit harsh, like Alice double spends once, maybe it was just a glitch. And suddenly we, get her secret key and punish her. Maybe there's a softer approach. So let's say if you double spend fewer than 4 tokens, E coins, then they're linked, but your identity cannot be established. But if you double spend 4 times or more, then your identity. So the hint for that quiz is to use more than one nonce. Do you have a solution?
Basically, Shamir secret sharing.
Yeah, something like that. Doesn't even have to be Shamir. It's just a linear secret sharing. Very good. Get an A. Okay, so that's glitch protection. So that came from another paper. So the withdrawal protocol, you get these, now you get 4 seeds to run a function. You get an L, which is kind of your temporary ID to link that it was you that was spending all these times. And then there's additional Z1, Z2, Z3 that I use to secret share your identity. So when you spend a coin, you receive 4 nonces, capital R and R1, R2, and R3. And then when you're spending the coin, you compute the serial number of the coin just as before, but in the double spending equation, you don't put in your secret X, you put in that link ID L. So that's what's going to pop out if you double spend, L will become known, so that we can see that it was you who double spent. then you also include this pseudorandom value, f sub u of I, that gets revealed in case you double spend. So just to recap, in case you spent this coin twice, L and f sub u of I both get revealed. And L allows us to link those transactions, and f sub u of I allows us to unblind this expression. So that, and then there's a proof that this was computed correctly. So if you spend too many coins, so there was enough double spending happening, then L pops out of repeating A. So that allows us to link them together, and then f sub u pops out of repeating A using these values, and so that allows us to see that equation. So this is a linear equation that has 4 unknowns. So if we get 4 of those equations, we can solve for all the unknowns, and then we identify those. So it allows a little bit of a glitch. So if there's a glitch, suddenly the system leaks your link ID. So maybe if you're paying attention, like, oh, my link ID has been leaked. There's a glitch. Maybe I need to like upgrade my, go back, like cash in my unspent coins, upgrade my whole system, so it doesn't happen. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. So then I'm gonna skip this next part quiz then. Okay. So there's also some magic to trace all of the transactions of a misbehaving Alice. Like if she double spent, we can recover her seed and trace all of her transactions. Oopsie. Okay, so where are we? So we are so the only thing that I meant to show you before I tell you what to standardize to make this a reality is how to implement these authorized watch lists. So what do I mean by that? So let's say that we have a situation in which law enforcement is secretly tracking some suspicious individuals. We don't know who they are, but we want to allow them to be tracked. For many reasons, law enforcement, the national security. So it turns out that this is possible in this system as well. So this is a recent work. And how does it work? So when Alice withdraws her wallet, she gets a signature also on her name, Alice. So this is all the seeds that she needs for eCash, and then this is her name. And there's an encrypted watch list. So this is some kind of a public auditor who says, I know who I'm watching, who the watch list people are. I'm not going to tell you, I'm just going to encrypt them. So everybody knows the encrypted watch list. And then when Alice spends her eCoin, a lot of it is exactly as before. So there's the eCoin itself is exactly as before, as I showed you in previous slides. But now she also includes an escrow, and this is where the formatting is a little bit messed up. So the escrow, somehow from the encrypted watch list, if the encryption has homomorphic properties, she can compute an escrow, which is an encryption of total junk if she's not on the watch list, but the encryption of her name if she is. And then she includes a proof that this is computed correctly. So now this public auditor will be able to decrypt, will be able to figure out that it was, the criminal who's on the watch list was engaged in this transaction. Okay. So we're almost there. I just need to tell you.
I need to go on record, so.
Oh, okay. So in order to realize this in a way that's actually practical, we're going to need a setting in which there's a group with some generators so that you can do Peterson commitments to vectors of and those vectors. So those vectors are going to be things like your key and your pseudorandom seeds and things like that. And at the ZKProof workshop a couple of years ago, there was this proposed standard for zero knowledge proofs of knowledge of committed values with some helpful algebraic properties. So that's actually very helpful in these constructions.
That's actually moving forward, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. And then another building block that's really key to making this a reality is called CL signatures. That stands for Kogen Lysyanskaya. And the one contender that's actually a very serious contender for standardization right now is called BBS plus. It's a form. So what is CL signatures? It's signature schemes that allow us to, first of all, have this efficient two-party protocol so that you can get things signed without knowing what they are, without revealing what they are. And also that you can efficiently prove that something has been signed. So that's what CL signatures give us. And this BBS plus is a very promising contender because it's pretty efficient, well understood assumption, it's been around for a while. So that's that. Okay. So that's what the CL6 allow us to do. So they give us an efficient protocol for getting a signature on values that are inside Peterson commitment. So we don't know, like as a signer, you don't learn what they are, but you know that you've signed the correct stuff. Okay, so that's our big hammer. And here's where the hammer comes in. So in the withdrawal protocol, this is just the simplest one. This is just directly do the signatures, and then we know that's taken care of. And in the spend protocol, it's a little bit more tricky. So remember, there's a fresh R. Spend protocol. But you want to realize it this way, there is we have these Peterson commitments to these values, and then we prove that the values inside the Peterson commitment have these properties. So I is between 1 and n, A is correct function of everything. Okay, so the first one, you can use standard techniques, which means what Mutu showed. That's my standard techniques. There are other techniques, not just the ones due to Mutu, but I think Mutu is probably the best for BBS plus. Then for this verify, that's the CL, that's clear. The other two, for the pseudorandom function, you can use the Disinformation PRF, and for that one, we know how to prove this efficiently. And this last one is a question mark. So if we alter it slightly, we switch it the right way, then it works, because you can just do no. I didn't reveal the mystery, but basically, if you do this Disinformation PRF, but if instead of this value, you kind of push it in the exponent, then it works. And my animation is letting me down. But yeah, this is how you should do it. Instead of doing it this way, do it that way, and it's still pseudorandom, and then it works. So all of this can be realized efficiently from the correct building blocks that need to be standardized for this to become reality. The only thing that I kind of did wasn't on the slide is also if you want to do watch list, then you also need to come up. So, and then I was looking for a picture of building blocks, and then I found a picture of Lego blocks, and this picture even had like a caption, an identity and landscape kit. So I thought that was perfect. That's a perfect illustration. This is the kit that needs to be standardized for all of this to work. This is our Lego kit. And it also is important for identity management. You can imagine you can use these systems for authentication and including identity management. Okay, so conclusion and discussion. It's a lot of time. So in theory, we can have our cake and eat it too, as in we can have systems that give us all the portability properties we want, we can imagine, and they'll be privacy preserving. But the question is, what's stopping us in practice? I mean, as I said, this is the bulk of what I was talking about is actually pretty old work. So I don't actually know what's stopping us in practice. Maybe policymakers are not aware or are mistrustful of these tools. So some are aware and have been advocating for it, such as the ACME. That's a paper that just came out in the spring by J. Stanley from the ACLU, who argues for these kinds of systems and also for the system, for the Tomesco et al. System that Pablo cited. Another thing that maybe held us back was lack of standards and practical implications. There are some around, they, probably more eyeballs on them would be helpful. Here is a link to one of them. So IETF, they have that's a draft standard. Hyperledger project implemented BDS plus, not all of the building blocks. And the other thing I think is actually it'd be good to understand the practical use cases. So for example, if we want to use this for eCash, then what exactly does the Federal Reserve want? A digital dollar to look like. That would be helpful to know, and then maybe we can do it. So that's it.
Thank you, Joanna.
I guess I didn't take any questions, sorry. Last time.
Okay.
You're in the clear. What is your background? Business or otherwise? Yeah. You took the what? Oh, I. Is absolutely wrong or taking it as author? See, I was taking notes, I couldn't even answer the past quiz. That'd be great, thank you. Yeah. Oh, wait. You got one here already.
I remind everybody that we have microphones in the room that are right above you. So all the interesting conversations that you want to have on the topic that we just had, will be better held outside of the microphone now. We have now James who's coming to talk to us about very interesting work that happened at DARPA, the SEED project. Pretty large scale zero knowledge and the ability to prove things that weren't possible before we reached that scale. Go ahead.
Thank you, John. Yep, so I'm James. I'm a researcher at Galois, and I'll be talking about some of the applications that zero knowledge for this.
You can just be like a little bit closer to here. To us, yeah. Yes.
All right, so to give a bit of a background, we've been working on the DARPA CIV program, so like many people in the room. And the goal of this program has been to improve the efficiency of zero knowledge and also to develop more use cases and applications for zero knowledge. So the program is split into two main components. Teams that are either front ends, so these are teams that are building zero knowledge applications, or backends. So backends are implementing the actual cryptographic protocols and running the statements that front end teams create. And through this process, we've also defined standard circuit representation for zero knowledge called the ZKProof. Kimmy and I gave a talk about this. We did proof 5.5. Yeah, we're happy to talk to you about it if you want to learn more about that later. So, as an overview of what we're going to go over today, we'll summarize some of the applications that we've developed for our CIV, in particular, using zero knowledge to responsibly disclose software vulnerabilities. We've also used zero knowledge proofs to improve supply chain security. And also some of our collaborators at Cybernetica, we've worked with them to improve the compliance and the privacy when doing tax incentives. So I'll start with the vulnerability disclosure use case. So let's imagine that you're a white hat hacker. You find a vulnerability in a piece of software. So what do? You go to the vendor and you say, oh, here's a vulnerability. You guys should fix it, right? And then hopefully it's part of the bug bounty program and you get paid. So this is great. This is the ideal case. This isn't always the way it goes. Maybe the vendor just ignores you. So what do you do in this case, right? You could publicly disclose the vulnerability. But there's a risk because the exploit payload becomes public, and then hackers could attack users and take over, compromise their devices. So the way that this is typically handled in practice is that you use a third-party coordinator. So you'll have vulnerability to various people like HackerOne and these sorts of sites. And they'll act as a coordinator, they'll check your vulnerability and check if it's valid. And then they'll go to the vendor, they'll find the key partners at the company, say maybe the CTO, and encourage them to actually fix the vulnerability. So this typically works in practice. However, this is problematic since it does rely on a trusted third party, right? So you have to get to the trusted third party your vulnerability. These vulnerabilities can be worth a lot of money, right? If you find a vulnerability in iOS, it could be millions of dollars. So ideally, you wouldn't have to actually get from the third party the vulnerability for this process to happen. So what we've done is instead of giving the third party your vulnerability, you actually present a zero-knowledge proof of the vulnerability. And now you can do this process like normal, except you're still keeping your vulnerability secret to yourself. So to implement the system, we built a compiler called Cleef. So this is a high-level overview of our compiler. On the left-hand side, you can see we take as input a public program. We have a compiler, we compile it to an internal representation called microRAM, so this is an assembly language. And then we take that and we convert that, compile that down to a circuit representation for zero knowledge. The system also takes as input the secret exploit. So this is the trigger that triggers the vulnerability. And then we compile it into a secret trace, and this is the witness or the advice signal proof. So our system compiles arbitrary LLVM programs. So this means we can support C, C++, or whatever type of program that LLVM. And these are the types of vulnerabilities that we currently support. Some memory errors like buffer overflows, use after freeze, that kind of stuff. We also support leaks of information. So we implemented a taint analysis in zero knowledge to do this efficiently. We also have support for proving cryptographic protocol bugs. And to do this, we had to model network interactions between multiple programs in zero knowledge and enforce all the required properties about network communications. And then we're actually currently working on proving analysis service in zero knowledge. And to accomplish this, we are implementing symbolic execution, which is a standard programming language technique. And we're doing that in the zero knowledge system. So here's a high-level overview of all our use cases that we've done so far. These running times for the smallest ones take about a minute to run. And for the third one, it took 9 hours. We haven't run the Scuttlebot one lately, but this will be about a day, a little under a day probably to run. And also the last one, it's still in progress, but we estimate it will be around before the day run that full through. But just to give you an overview of like what these vulnerabilities are, like these are actual real world programs, they're real world CVEs that people have reported. We've been able to prove them in zero knowledge. The first two, so grit and FFmpeg, they were memory errors, buffer overflows, that kind of thing. We proved partly in zero knowledge, so if you're aware of this, it's probably one of the most well-known vulnerabilities, and that's where we use the taint analysis to efficiently prove that. We proved vulnerability in Scuttlebot. This allowed you to exfiltrate user data from buggy implementation of the protocol. And this is what required modeling the network interactions, because to execute this program, you actually require like a man in the middle of the network.
Once you've done demonstrating one category, can you reuse this type of demonstration to quickly demonstrate more bugs of the same category?
Yeah. So once we have support for a category, it's strict. A little bit of work, but it's pretty straightforward to extend to other on the class.
And do you expect people that are security researchers to be able to then take such tools and produce a proof, or do they also need to be PhD experts today?
In theory, they should just be able to take cheesecloth and run the compiler through their program, and it should work. The source code is on GitHub, so if anyone wants to try it out, there's a link at the end, so you can see it. And we're happy to help try to get it running and have it. Yeah, and I guess I'll just mention about the last vulnerability that we're currently doing. So we're proving a denial of service attack, and in this attack, this requires 10 trillion cycles of execution, which is completely infeasible to do in zero knowledge today, right? You can see Scuttlebutt took 4.5 million, so this is like 6 orders of magnitude more, right? And that's gonna take a day. So this would take years to do if you just did it in zero knowledge. But by using symbolic execution, we're able to reason about these extremely long execution lengths.
So another question.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that you found a vulnerability, but you don't want to reveal what the vulnerability is and ask the company or the vendor question. But if you don't tell them what the vulnerability is, then how will they fix it?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, you do need to.
Repeat the question.
Oh, okay. So the question was, I guess, what's the use case if you don't want to tell the company what the vulnerability is?
Right. How will they fix it?
Yeah. So if you go back, so like in this scenario where you have a coordinator, right? The coordinator doesn't need to know what the vulnerability is. They just need to know that it's a valid vulnerability.
Okay, so it's hidden from the coordinator.
Yeah.
But somehow it gets revealed back to the vendor.
Yeah. So eventually you're gonna have to reveal it to the vendor once they've agreed to basically fix it. Another thing you could do is maybe you prove to the vendor that there was a vulnerability, and they have to commit to the severity maybe before you reveal it. So this maybe puts you on a certain bucket of payback. Yeah, exactly.
The other motivation that kind of appears from here is, this was done in the context of a DARPA project. And so if you turn the color of the white hat into another color, then maybe all the trust breaks down, and you find yourself in scenarios where you still want to learn about exploits, but there isn't this very neat coordination stuff going on. And the people on the right are maybe other people than just the vendor.
So most of the software development we use is a coherent ASAN to find security weaknesses or coding errors. It's part of the process and part of the CI/CD process.
Yeah.
So where does this fit in?
So this would be like software that's been deployed, right? So like, I mean, most of these are like real world CDs that have been deployed in the world that people have exploited, right? Like OpenSSL was released. So like, if you find a vulnerability and you're a white hat hacker, then you could use this process to disclose that vulnerability to the developers.
Don't you need access to the source code to build the gates and
yeah, so in our system, we compile from the LLVM. So that is direct from the source code. These are all open source computation discovery. Yeah. I guess you could probably compile from the binaries, but yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so one thing I'll mention is that All these runtimes are run on our Diet Mac and Cheese backend. So this is different than most of the zero knowledge proof systems that have been discussed so far, which are snark based. Instead, Diet Mac and Cheese is a volley based system, so this means it's linear, but it's linear both in the runtime of the prover and the verifier. So you don't get the slowdowns in the prover that Justin was talking about earlier today. So this is open source on GitHub as well. It has support for many different features. So you can have circuits not with just one field, but you can have multiple fields in the circuit. With support for switching between these different circuits. Support permutation checks, RAM. And this new protocol called DOOR, this is recent work this year, and it allows you to do disjunctions inside the circuit for free. So this basically changes the whole cost model of zero knowledge and should give a good amount of speed up.
So does this remain interactive throughout, or at some point
So this implementation is completely interactive, but there is a new variant, new work this year as well, that turns this protocol into a non-interactive protocol. So you got the same speedups and the same complexity, so it's still linear in both the prover and verifier, but it's not interactive. Now I'll also mention that this implementation is integrated with the browser, so you can run it in WAS. In that scenario applies for that.
What makes it interactive?
So interactive proofs are the prover and the verifier. They're online talking to each other at the same time. Whereas a non-interactive proof is the prover generates one proof and you could share it potentially with many people. Okay, so I'll switch on to the second application that we've been investigating. Basically, we've been looking at using zero knowledge proofs to improve supply chain security. So one of the problems that occur in the space is that FPGA vendors typically use DRM to encrypt their hardware implementations when they ship it to customers. So this prevents the customers from actually inspecting the hardware and ensuring that it's correct, or it doesn't have any backdoors or that kind of thing, which you really want to do to ensure your supply chain is correct. So what we've been doing is we've been applying full methods to mathematically prove that the hardware implementations are correct, and then we convert these full method proofs into zero knowledge proofs to ensure that the secret encrypted FPGA satisfies the proven properties of it. So as an example, we've been working with GE Research. So they have FPGA hardware that it filters, it's like a network filter for security reasons. And we've been proving the expected behavior and the properties about those circuits, those FPGA circuits. We've taken those formal method proofs, we've converted them into zero knowledge proofs, and this basically takes two steps. The first step is compiling the properties and the FPGA circuit into a SAT statement. Linear format, this is just a way its satisfiability. And we compile that using cheesecloth, so the tool I mentioned earlier. And this is definitely the most expensive part of the pipeline. It takes about a day to run right now. And then once you have a SAT statement, you need to verify that SAT statement in zero knowledge. So we have an efficient protocol called ZKProof. Ron is a co-author on that one too. Yeah, that part is very fast, right? It only taking a few minutes to verify. So we're currently working on optimizing.
So that first part verifies what comes out of the FPGA without knowing exactly how the FPGA is built.
Yeah, so it verifies like the secret FPGA that you ship. You need to check that that compiles to the SAT statement correctly. And then the SAT statement is the second part that's fed.
But you're capable of having a target SAT statement that doesn't reveal like internal mechanisms of this FPGA?
Yeah, so the SAT statement also remains secret.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're currently working on optimizing the first part, and then we found that it's actually possible to use zero knowledge proofs to improve the qualities.
So can you do the concrete part of this? If I want to trust my supply chain and I have an FPGA arriving and I verify the ZK ansat, I don't know, I verified that proof. What exactly have I checked in my supply chain? What is my guarantee?
Yeah, so I kind of hand waved over what the actual properties we're proving about the FPGA implementation is, but for these proofs, there could be any predicate proof you want to make about your implementation, but in this case, we proved that we defined a state machine representation of the expected behavior of the FPGA, and we proved that the actual implementation satisfies that state machine representation. And that state machine representation is the public part of the statement.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last application I'll discuss today is our collaboration with Cybernetica. So Cybernetica is another front-end team on Civ. And then in this scenario, Estonia offers a tax break if you have an EV and if you drive most of your time in Estonia itself. So I guess the issue is here is like, how do you prove that you're satisfying the conditions of the tax incentive without revealing your driving location data and that sort of thing? And what they did is they encoded this as a zero knowledge proof. They ran it on their mac and cheese backend, and they were able to actually get this running. So yeah, here's a high level view of how it works, where you have the device, you put it in your car, it logs your GPS data, it signs all those points, all the GPS data points, and then it checks that you've been in Estonia for most of the time, and then it generates a final zero knowledge proof that you satisfy the tax incentive requirements. So they actually built this thing, and they built it on Raspberry Pi and like hooked it up to their phone, and yeah, so doing it on their phone and connecting to a Western browser, it took 17 seconds, and just doing it natively on a laptop is 2 seconds. To do this proof, and these runtimes are definitely reasonable. You probably only need to do this maybe once a month or once a year, right? So.
What is the end core of the proof? You are proving relatively to what in this case? What's the ground truth that the verifier can say?
So I guess you're assuming here that you have a TPM that's used to sign your GPS data. And then your zero knowledge proof is that all those locations signed by the TPM fall within the boundary defined by the
geofence.
Yeah, the geofence basically.
But the Raspberry Pi has TPM.
I don't know if they have TPM in this prototype, but in theory, yeah.
So you need a trust source to say trust.
When you get the raw GPS data, you get it signed somehow, like the derived. Okay.
The point is you can reveal a lot less to the compliance regulator than.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so there are many other applications in the compliance domain. I've listed a few here. I think maybe the most interesting one is the insurance incentives thing. So there are insurance companies in the US right now who will offer you a discount if you have their mobile application installed, and they'll report your speed and your acceleration and your location. And if you're a city driver, they'll give you a discount. But they're also selling all your data and making money from this. So they don't want to deploy these zero knowledge techniques. So I guess maybe an open question to everyone here and maybe policymakers is, how can we encourage the adoption of these zero knowledge techniques to help preserve user privacy?
Or at least get a cut of that, so.
Maybe, well, yeah, maybe you can increase the liability of leaking user data or something like that.
Well, for car insurance, you would think that there's an actuarial benefit rather than a data cell benefit.
It's both, but I think,
Right. A little bit more from the sale of data.
but you would still get the actuary benefit if you use.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
so. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, if any of this sounds interesting or you have hard problems you want to tackle that you think these technologies might help with, please reach out or if you want to discuss policy. That's so and your experiences to some of the things I mentioned.
Right. Thank you very much. Before we go back in the chatter, it's Lisa. All right. So, for our next talk, very happy to have René with us. René comes from NIST, and for the past few years now, the ZKProof organization has been trying to figure out what's the right path for these technologies to become standards. And we've had the help of both Rouach and René from NIST to help us figure it out. And I've asked for a little bit more in-depth talk about how cryptography is being standardized to, again, help us understand where this field can be going. And so the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if I'll be able to tell you how to standardize something like zero knowledge, but I'll just I want to explain sort of our processes and our questions around that position. So I'll talk briefly, tell you about NIST. Then I'll talk about the privacy enhancing cryptography project. And then in particular, we'll talk about the multi-party threshold project and the zero knowledge. So NIST is a non-regulatory agency. We also don't do policy. NIST, when NIST standardizes something, the weight is in the fact that the federal government is a very big customer, and you cannot tell to the federal government if you're not compliant with the standards. The mission, NIST mission has these keywords in it: innovation, industrial competitiveness, measurement science, standards and technology, economic security, and quality of life. That last one matters a lot to me. And it includes right to privacy, especially to the extent that it impinges on our right to autonomy. So NIST have several labs, and the labs are divided into divisions, and the divisions have groups. And I'm in the cryptographic technology group, and our mission is research, develop, engineer, produce guidelines and recommendations and best practices for cryptographic algorithms and programs. So we're the sort of the mathematicians of the within the information security. Here are some activities of this crypto group. We produce public randoms that might or might not be of interest to zero knowledge. Zero knowledge often comes in the flavor of I say something, and then I get a random challenge, and then I respond. It may be possible that the random challenges are external, and this is this randomness beacon produces a pulse, 512-bit pulse every minute, and I get accused a lot of being part of a conspiracy to code these numbers or know them a year in advance and give the numbers to the bad guys. So we've made an effort to make that very difficult. Make it very difficult for an internal attacker to do that. And also we've been promoting interoperable sources of randomness. So there's now one in Brazil, one in Chile, and you can combine it with DRAM. So the idea that now you can get a random challenge from the internet is pretty solid. Then we have post-quantum cryptography, which is if somebody builds a large-scale quantum computer, then much of the crypto we use, and specifically it's from key cryptography, is going to be vulnerable. So we've been in this project of substituting public key cryptography by post-quantum secure cryptography, and that's a major project within our division. Then we have a whole bunch of others, circuit complexity. That project has mostly focused on Boolean circuits. And specifically, we've done a lot of work on how many AND gates do you need? Because the AND gates are expensive stuff when you do knowledge proofs and many other applications. But now I've seen that latest techniques often use arithmetic circuits, and we don't have much work on that yet. And you can check those slides online. You can see the other projects. I mentioned privacy enhanced cryptography. That's Luis Brandao, myself, and Angela Robinson, who just was here but had to leave. And multi-party threshold cryptography is also related to this zero knowledge issue. We socialize what we do via public documentation, the PIPs, special publications, and interagency reports. And we engage in collaborations with government, industry, academia. Also with standardization bodies. So for the purposes of this talk, advanced cryptography just refers to cryptographic techniques that go beyond encryption, hashing, and digital signatures. So NIST has the fifth standards are basically how do you encrypt AES, how do you do hashing, SHA-2, SHA-3, how do you do digital signatures. Those we have to change now. So we're substituting quantum secure digital signatures for the ones that are now standardized. Anything that goes beyond those, I'm calling advanced cryptography. Zero knowledge, let's see. Zero knowledge, secure multi-party computation, fully homomorphic encryption, many other techniques in that category. And the question that we have at NIST is, can we produce standards for all that, and then can we maintain it? We're a government agency, we have so many employees. We don't have a budget item to have an expert in multi-party computation in our division and another expert in fully homomorphic encryption and so on. So those are kind of mundane but real issues. We also have to consider the risks. I guess the main risks of standardizing some advanced cryptography technique is that within 2 years we'll be wishing we hadn't done that, right? That's and you might say, well, didn't just update the standards, but it doesn't work that way because once we issue a standard, companies start producing to that, and there's a lot of investment, and it kind of gets it's difficult to backtrack. You have to consider that. There are other risks, but I don't think they're that significant. You know, bad people using zero knowledge standards to launder money and finance drugs. The other question we have is, you know, which of these techniques are mature enough for patents? That is a very hard question. One thing that also comes up often is, should we be producing standards that are not quantum secure? I have an opinion on that. I think I've been convinced that these certain things like DDS and commitments based on elliptic curves are very useful things. In particular, also the pairing-based crypto is useful, and there is no practical post-quantum alternative to those right now, as far as I know. The question then we have is, well, do we wait for somebody to invent those functionalities in a quantum secure way? Or do we just say, well, you know, nobody's going to build a quantum computer in the next 20 years. Even if they build it, it will cost, you know, a few $1 million to just break one of those commitments. Do we want to worry about that? So you know, personally, I think if somebody convinces us that pairing-based crypto is really important, that, you know, we have applications that really would be in the interest of people to standardize, then I would probably say go ahead. Yeah, but no. Okay, so we have a group, a project called Privacy Enhancing Cryptography, and this is, you know, that crypto that can be used to enhance privacy. And I have, you know, I could go on for another half hour on what I think privacy is. I think in the crypto community, we identify privacy with secrecy, and I think they're different things. Also, we tend to view privacy as an ultimate goal, an ultimate value, an ultimate right. And I think of it more of something that needs to be protected in order to safeguard other rights, in particular, you know, our autonomy. Be free from surveillance capitalism. Be free from getting interrupted every minute of the day by your phones and things like that. That privacy is important. So in this project, we're accompanying the progress. We try to keep our us updated on the new tools that are out there. And here's a list of tools that we keep track of: zero knowledge, multi-party computation, fully homomorphic encryption, private set intersection. I think that is a very important one. Private set intersection. You know, one of the questions I have when asked to have an opinion on whether zero knowledge is important, I ask, is it more important than private set intersection at this point? I don't know. Group signatures, functional encryption, PIR, structured encryption. So all those are very useful tools, and we try to keep ourselves informed of that. when the COVID pandemic hit, contact tracing via your phone became very important. When everybody was talking about it, and we worried about the privacy implications of such surveillance, and we produced, techniques based on multi-party computation and zero knowledge, so that you're not disclosing your COVID status to or your location to everybody if you don't need to. Your list of contacts. PSI was a technique that was important there. Okay. So a big question is suppose that we agree that zero knowledge would be really important to standardize. When the other question is when, right? Do we do it now? Do we wait? So I put here a list of criteria that people come up with. So one is let the market speak, right? So that means that if all of a sudden there's some application out there that's using zero knowledge and it's being bought by millions, then the market has spoken, right? And we should try to secure that to the extent we can. As industry, yes, lightweight crypto, for example, industry kept telling us, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. Lightweight crypto is cryptography that uses less resources than the standard crypto. So it's easier to install on very small devices, constrained devices. Academia, having been an academic for most of my life, I know we sometimes get things wrong, or maybe all the time. So let stakeholders state their needs. So stakeholders are directly to NIST stakeholders are other government agencies, Social Security Administration, the census. You can imagine that the census would come to us and say we need zero knowledge for certain things, right? Social Security. One of the recent use cases I saw is the list of people who receive certain benefits are listed by Social Security, but they're held in different states. And the two states want to know, is there somebody called double dipping, right? And these databases are kind of not perfectly inputted, so you might have you need to decide whether two records belong to the same person. Some states really have this problem. They cannot talk. They cannot tell each other the list of the people that they have in their list of people who receive it. But they do need to find out if somebody double. And it would have been nice for us to be able to point to some standards and say, this is how you do that, right? Instead, without those standards, that some company comes and says, look, all you have to do is hash the Social Security numbers, then they're secret, right? For the ones that are not computer science, when you encrypt a Social Security number or hash it with some deterministic method, then it's not secret because there's only so many Social Security numbers. And if I see the hash of Social Security number, I can quickly determine the Social Security number. But you go to some place and you say hash and people buy it. wait for the killer application to show up, that's another criteria. If some, really, really important application shows up there and we can be convinced that that has to be supported, then that's good. Maybe this should just decide on an ad hoc basis. Whatever we have for breakfast will determine what our opinion on this issue is.
So that's a diminishing list.
I just put up a list of the actual, these things actually, they're all
Let's put it in
taken.
speaker code.
Yeah. So, when I first joined this, some people told me, there's no need for this to lead or make any decisions. The markets, the markets make those decisions. And I'm going, the markets protect the privacy, right? Markets protect the rights of children, right? Markets protect future generations, right? But unfortunately, we're getting away from that party line a little bit now. We don't fully trust unfettered markets, and I can see that guidance or regulations have some place more than they have in the last 100 years or something. The problem with the fact that all of these are good criteria is that, well, how do we read these gauges, right? How do we tell that the market has spoken in favor of this or that? How do we weigh the different people from industry that come and tell us you have to do that? Often they're protecting their bottom line. Academics are often protecting their results, or at least naturally in favor of promoting this. So it's not easy to read these gauges, but I think part of our job is to do so. NIST have my colleagues, these are really, really smart people. I don't know if I'm hoping that it will stay that way after the post-quantum cryptography project is over. I'm afraid that I'm going to lose many of those guys to higher paying jobs in industry. But these guys are brilliant. So this other alternative, which is, do not lead, follow other standards development organizations, is something that gets voiced often. And I have mixed feelings about that because I've interacted with some of standards efforts outside of NIST, and they often are being heavily influenced by interest, either commercial or reputational, and that's a problem. Also, people who scream loudest sometimes get their way. NIST has the advantage that none of us has any chips on the table for these things. And I should say we do get, like, in the context of the post-quantum crypto project, we do get by some minority people, we do get accused of being basically a tool of the NSA trying to prevent certain areas from being explored and trying to weaken standards. The notion that the 10 or so people that are working on this are all in some sort of conspiracy, it's kind of out to lunch. But if you are not acquainted with this internally, then I guess that might be a reasonable question to ask. Are all you guys working for the NSA? The defense against that we have is do this very publicly, very open. Well, lead hold a process that is developing consensus among the cryptographers around the world. Okay, so we have a process now for asking for multi-party threshold schemes. This is not a standards development process. The main goal is to collect and curate reference material. I've heard from many, some of you are sitting here hearing, it'd be very useful for us to point to the same thing when we talk to each other. We hope to be able to make recommendations saying, we've looked at this and that, and that technique dominates as other techniques. Also, probably also say what these things would be used for. A big goal again is to gain trust and transparency. Most of you are probably aware that NIST a couple of decades ago did allow a probably backdoored. Okay, I'm being safe here, I guess. Maybe backdoored random number generator. And that is a big black stain on our reputation. There was all kinds of consequences for that. So now we really make sure that nothing that we do is behind closed doors. No decisions. Okay, this is not a competition, so you've seen AES and Shadab. These were competitions where we had very clear guidelines and criteria for choosing one or more schemes for standards. This is not a competition because we don't have the criteria to evaluate these things when they come. We just don't know. So I view it as a process of encouraging consensus among you people, and a process hopefully that will create reference too. And there's lots of room for participation. Can give feedback to the actual call, the criteria that we're putting up, the categories that we're putting up. You can submit, and then you can help analyze the submissions. So here's the public call. There's a submission deadline, which is second half of 2024. Yeah, 4 months. Okay. So we have two categories. One is selected NIST standardized primitives. So there's AES, SHA, and digital signatures, and how to do those in a threshold environment is part of that category 1. And then we have category 2, which is includes basically advanced cryptography. So within that, we want to work on promote zero knowledge. We have contributed some to the community reference, and I believe Luis is in the editors team, right? And in the standards committee. This call has a zero knowledge category. It is focused on secret keys, proving knowledge of secret shares. I think secret shares there. But zero knowledge is such a useful tool, and that it could be, especially it can be modularized. it's in scope for this call. So it'd be nice if people submit stuff. So that's my talk. There's emails and contact information there, so I'll take questions.
We have, questions?
How is NIST different from ISO and ITU standards?
IETF, sure.
ISO,
ISO.
the other industry standards.
I think those are like voluntary organizations of people volunteer to work on something, but they come from somewhere, right? Usually they have, I think they have dates to protect. NIST doesn't have it, so that's, I think, a major difference. We're public servants. That's we get paid less than this.
I don't think ISO guys get any money, so. I don't think ISO makes.
No, unless the people who go to ISO from their organizations. Yes, no, I don't do that.
But if I'm a government contractor, I have to comply with NIST standards.
To sell to the government.
It's not like a mandate.
So let me ask myself a question. So, oh yeah, go ahead.
Anything that NIST recommends, it's not binding, but is there an expectation that then industry will use that, or what is the tension there between hoping for that adoption of what you think is probably a better approach?
I think it's mostly the market power of the federal government. So if NIST, did you say recommends or standardizes? We can recommend something and we don't. I don't think we do much of that, right? We do standardized stuff and say, if you want to sell to the federal government and do crypto, you have to use this. And there's accreditation lab, testing labs. I'm banking in promoting this. I'm banking that other things like reference material and just serving as a honest broker for ideas will have some impact.
Do you have incoming questions from government saying, hey, we believe we have a need for zero knowledge or for MPC, etc. Please, point to something or disprove something or advise.
They get mostly we have requests that for solving problems that either solutions will involve zero knowledge or multi-party computation, in particular PSI. So I think those are the three things. Maybe FHE. So we get it's a problem, right? So somebody who's not a cryptographer in some department comes and says, "Can you solve this problem?" And say, "Sure, just use Lysyanskaya's algorithm," and they look at it like, "What are you talking about?" Right? There's other guys saying, "All I have to do is hash the social security number." So that's a significant problem.
So you will tell this, we don't believe in the security of these proposals, but they don't have a sort of.
That reminds me when they tried to fire me, and it's the only time they tried. Somebody was trying to fire me is when I complained very loudly about some initiative
on security,
on privacy. But the good guys prevail. Like I wasn't fired, and it's hard to fire government work. Good, I guess. Yeah, that's the other plus for it. Yeah.
The timeline in mind for both quantum, especially P256, so widely used.
So post-quantum is we've already chosen some of the candidates, and we're writing standards as we speak, so within, during 2024, those standards should be out.
Sorry for follow-up questions, because we need to continue, we can talk after. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, we are now going to get into applications of zero knowledge that enhance our trust. So, let me share the screen. Okay, we have with us Trisha Datta, coming from Stanford. Can you tell us what you're going to present? And because we have a little bit of a time issue, if you can do it in the allocated time.
Okay, yeah. Sounds good. Alright, so hi everyone, my name is Trisha. I'm a third-year PhD student at Stanford, working with Dan Bonnet, and today I'm going to be talking to you about using zero-knowledge proofs to fight disinformation. So I'm sure we've all heard a lot over the past few years about misinformation and disinformation. Today's talk is going to focus specifically on photographic disinformation, and in particular, I'm going to be talking about this issue of image provenance verification. Now, image provenance verification is just an overly fancy way of me saying that we want to be able to verify when and where images have been taken. And we think that this kind of verification would be particularly useful in the realm of journalism and news media. So imagine you're looking at a news article on your phone. The news article contains some picture. Ideally, you'd like to be sure that this picture was taken when and where the article claims it was taken. Now, in a perfect world, we would just be able to trust the publisher of the news article, but of course, we don't live in a perfect world. And on the next slide, I'm going to give you some examples of when this kind of more formal verification would have been really useful. So one example of a recent event where there's been a lot of photographic misinformation is the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And here we see a couple different flavors of misinformation. So the first is where you'll see a photo that is supposedly of Ukraine, but is actually of somewhere completely different, like Syria. And so cases like that, it would be nice if we could verify where the photo had actually been taken. You also see examples where you'll see a photo that is actually of Ukraine, but it was taken years before the invasion. And so in those instances, it would be nice if we could verify when the photo had been taken. I want to emphasize that, rather than just sowing confusion, this kind of misinformation can actively cause harm. So there was a devastating earthquake in Turkey earlier this year, and misinformation was preventing humanitarian organizations from knowing how best to allocate their limited resources. And so misinformation can actually cause damage, it can actually prevent people from getting help. This last example, I think, is actually the most compelling in terms of motivating what I'm going to talk about today. And what happened is there's this BBC breakfast show, and they showed footage of what they claimed was the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but it was actually footage of a Russian military parade rehearsal. And the reason why I find this example so compelling is that the BBC is a reputable news organization. Presumably they have good intentions. They have teams of fact checkers who are trying to make sure that something like this doesn't happen. So the fact that it still happened, what that tells me is that there's definitely room for improvement in current image verification processes. And of course, there are definitely policy solutions that probably can and should be implemented. But what I hope this talk is going to convince you of is that there are also technological solutions that we can develop to try to alleviate this problem.
You're being very generous with the BBC.
So one example of a technological solution that's been proposed is the C2PA. The C2PA is a content provenance standard that was developed in conjunction by a bunch of different types of companies. So tech companies like Microsoft, as well as news companies like the BBC. And basically what it proposes is that every camera should be equipped with an embedded certified signing key. Now, just a quick show of hands, how many people are familiar with digital signatures? How those work? Okay, everyone, perfect. So basically what this standard proposes is that every single time one of these cameras takes a photo, the location and timestamp of that photo will be recorded, and then the camera will digitally sign the photo along with this metadata about the photo. And the idea is if you come across this photo somewhere in the wild, you'll be able to verify the metadata of the photo just by checking the digital signature. For the purposes of this talk, we're going to assume that you can't extract the signing key from the camera, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in the conclusion. And we're going to focus on a different potential issue we see with this scheme. But if you're curious to learn more about some other threats associated with this scheme, you can refer to this talk. So the issue that we're going to talk about for the rest of today is this issue of post-processing. And post-processing just refers to any edits that are made to a photo in between when it's taken and when it's actually published in a news article. Now, at minimum, photos will usually be downsized, and this is for efficiency reasons, so that when you load a news article, you don't have to load these giant photo files. And just to give you an idea of scale, that Sony camera that I mentioned on the previous slide, it takes pictures that are about 30 megapixels, which is around 90 megabytes, and that might be downsized to something like 8 megabytes, which is a size we got just from like clicking around on the New York Times. But in addition to downsizing, you'll see several other edits that may occur to photos. The Associated Press actually has a list of what they call allowable edits, and these includes things like grayscale conversion and cropping and some other minor coloration edits, basically anything that doesn't change the fundamental character or nature of the photo. And the reason why post-processing puts kind of a wrinkle in the C2PA scheme is that in order to verify digital signature, you need access to the exact thing that was signed. So if all you have access to is this post-processed edited photo in a news article, then even if, semantically it kind of portrays the same information as the original photo, you're not going to be able to verify that digital signature on the original photo. The way that the C2PA proposes dealing with post-processing is by introducing trusted third parties. And these trusted third parties will essentially sign attestations to which edits have taken place. Now, this, of course, does address the problem, but it's never ideal to introduce a trusted third party. It introduces this, additional point of failure, and it'd be nice if we could somehow know which edits have been applied to a photo without introducing this trusted third party. So I hope this is no surprise given the title of this talk, but what we are proposing is the use of ZK snarks. And I know we went over the definition of these a little bit earlier in the day, so hopefully this will just be review with some additional fun clip art. But ZK snarks are efficiently verifiable statements about a secret witness. And so what you'll have is a prover and a verifier that both have access to some kind of public information, which we call the public statement. The prover will have access to a secret witness that the verifier will not have access to. And what the prover wants to do is prove some claim about the secret witness to the verifier by producing this proof pi. And the verifier will take this proof pi and check it. And if that check passes, they will accept the prover's claim. And if it doesn't pass, they will not accept the prover's claim. Now, ZK snarks have 5 very important properties. The first is completeness. So this means that if the prover's claim is true, the verifier's check is going to pass with very high probability. They are also sound, which means that if the prover's claim is false, the check is going to pass with very low probability. They are non-interactive, so that means that the prover and verifier aren't exchanging a bunch of messages back and forth. There's just this one proof pi that is produced, and any verifier can verify it. ZK snarks are also zero knowledge, which means that the only thing that the verifier is going to learn about the secret witness is whatever is implied by the claim. And lastly, there's succinct, which means that these proofs are short and hopefully efficient to verify. Okay, so how does this map into our news scheme? So instead of a prover and verifier, what we have is a news organization and a web browser. And what they both have access to is this post-processed edited photo in a news article. And we're also going to assume that the edits that have been applied to the photo, that is also going to be public. So that's this list of operations. The secret witness, so the thing that only the news organization has access to, is the original photo, as well as the camera signature on the original photo. And recall that what the news organization wants to prove to the web browser is that this public edited photo was taken when and where the news organization claims it was taken. And to do this, the news organization needs to prove 3 things. So first, Okay. And the cool thing about this system is we're actually relying on all 5 of those ZK star properties that I just enumerated. So just to go over that quickly, the completeness and soundness of ZK snarks means that the prover does not have to trust the verifier. So the web browser doesn't need to trust the news organization, it just needs to check if the proof passes. And that gets rid of that pesky third-party requirement that the C2PA has. The non-interactivity is important because if these proofs were interactive, that would mean that the news organization would have to produce a unique proof for every single web browser that accesses the news article, and that would be really inefficient. It's not really feasible to ask the news organization to do that. The zero knowledge property is important in case the list of edits includes something like cropping, perhaps sensitive information is being cropped out of the photo, and we don't want the web browser to know what it is. And lastly, the syncness is important because we want this system to be feasible, and so we need these checks that the web browser is performing to be completed in a reasonable amount of time. Okay, so the next portion of this talk is basically going to be talking about these 3 things that the prover that the news organization needs to prove to the web browser. That was actually a little bit of a lie. I'm not going to talk about this 3rd one because it's kind of trivial, it's proof equality. So I'm going to start with the second bullet here. So how do we prove that we're given some public edited photo and we want to prove that we know some original photo, such that if we apply these public set of operations to the original photo, we're going to get the public photo. Now, in 2016, Naveen Shomer published this article called Photo Proof, and essentially what they showed is that you could create proofs showing that, given a public photo, you apply a set of operations, you can prove that you applied a set of operations from an original secret photo to get this public photo. And this is really cool as a proof of concept. It shows that these kinds of editing proofs are possible to produce. Unfortunately, it took them a few minutes to create these kinds of proofs for images of about 128 by 128 pixels. Now, if you'll recall, that Sony camera that I mentioned, and I'm going to keep mentioning, it produces images that are about 30 megapixels. So that's several orders of magnitude larger than 128 by 128. While this was really cool, technology was not quite there to do this for realistically sized images in a reasonable amount of time. Luckily, there's been an explosion of development in Snark since then. These are just some of the many tools that are now available to developers. And so what that means is we actually now can create these kinds of proofs for realistically sized images. So this slide shows our timing results. What we did is we created these editing proofs for 3 different kinds of edits, namely resizing, cropping, and grayscale conversion. And we tested on images up to about 30 megapixels. And we wrote these proofs using SIRCOM, which is one of the tools I mentioned on the previous slide. And you can basically think of it as kind of a general purpose ZK language. Now, when we're looking at these results, there are 2 facets of timing that we're looking at. One is how long it takes to generate proofs, and 2 is how long it takes to verify proofs. And the main difference here is that proof generation only needs to happen once per image in an article, whereas proof verification is ideally going to be done by every single web browser that accesses this article. And so while proof generation needs to be fast, proof verification needs to be very fast. And what you see is that proof generation, which in SIRCOM consists of generating the proof as well as doing some kind of witness representation generation, that takes a few minutes, which is totally reasonable since that only has to be done once. And proof verification only takes a couple of milliseconds, which is great because that's totally reasonable to expect a browser to do something that only takes 2 milliseconds. Okay, so I've talked about the second thing. Again, we're not going to talk about the third thing, it's pretty trivial. I haven't talked about this first thing, which is proving that you have a valid signature on an image. And unfortunately, this is what turns out to be the bottleneck. So this is going to get a little bit technical, but hopefully it'll still be interesting. When we say that we want to prove that we have a signature on an image, what we really want to prove is that we have a signature on a hash of an image, which means that we have to prove that we have a hash of an image. And ideally, we would do this using SHA-256 hash. SHA-256 is a standardized hash function. Unfortunately, it's really expensive to prove that you have a SHA-256 hash of a 30 megapixel image. And this kind of goes back to what Justin was talking about earlier today, where it's proving times are kind of the bottleneck here. And in particular, SHA-256 has a lot of nonlinear operations, and it's pretty expensive to prove nonlinear constraints, especially for 30 megapixels. And so we can't just use SHA-256. Now there are hash functions that are specifically designed to be start-friendly, so that means they require fewer constraints. Poseidon is an example of a start-friendly hash, so you might think that we could just Poseidon hash this thing and be done with it. But unfortunately, Poseidon still can't handle something that's 30 megapixels large. So what we end up doing is we take a lattice hash of the original image, and then we take a Poseidon hash of that lattice hash, and we're able to actually create a proof for this in a reasonable amount of time. I'll just go into a little bit of detail about the lattice hash. So the way that we take this Poseidon hash of a lattice hash is we start with this random matrix A over a finite field. This is your lattice. And then we take our original photo, so this is a thing being hashed, and we represent it as a low norm vector over that finite field. We multiply these things together. This gives us our lattice hash. This is still pretty big, so then we just run this through Poseidon to get our final hash. And the intuition as to why we can do something like this in a reasonable amount of time is that that first matrix multiplication is just all linear constraints, and those are much easier and faster to prove than nonlinear constraints. The downside of this construction is that it's only collision resistant, assuming SIS. And basically what that means for us is that in addition to proving that we calculated the hash using this formula up here, we also have to prove that this original photo representation actually was low norm using a range proof. And I'm just going to describe the range proof. It's kind of cute. But so what we want to do is we want to prove that we have some vector x, and all the elements in x lie in this range from 0 to r minus 1. I'm going to have this example on this side of the slide to explain what I'm talking about. But so in addition to x, we're going to create this other vector y, which contains all the values from 0 to r minus 1. And this isn't going to be so big because, again, working with a low norm vector, so r should be relatively small. And then we also create this vector z, which is a sorted concatenation of x and y. So that means we concatenate x and y, and then we sort it. And now what we want to prove is that all of the elements in x are contained in y. So we have to show that z is a permutation of x and y, and then that the difference between consecutive elements of z is either 0 or 1. So this graph is showing timing results for producing proofs using just the Poseidon hash construction versus using the Poseidon plus lattice hash construction. And you'll see that for very small image sizes, it is much faster to just use the Poseidon hash. And the reason why is that that range proof I described on the previous slide can be kind of expensive. But you'll see that these last 2 points at the end of the slide here, they represent that magic 30 megapixel number that I keep talking about. You'll see that the Poseidon plus lattice hash is actually, that proof generation is much faster than the Poseidon hash. And in fact, this is actually a projected point. We couldn't get this to finish running on my laptop, so we ran out of memory. All right, so kind of tying everything together, I said that there were 3 things the news organization needs to prove, and I talked in detail about the 2 complicated ones, and the 3rd one, again, is pretty trivial. Okay, so I'm going to end by talking about something pretty cool, which is when we actually deploy these kinds of proofs in practice for an actual news article. So this was done in collaboration with Starting Lab, which is this research lab whose goal is to use cryptography and blockchain technologies to try to ensure integrity in news. And they were collaborating with a team at Rolling Stone to write this article called DJ and the War Crimes. And you can Google that title, or you can navigate to that link there. And this article is about war crimes in Bosnia during the Yugoslavian War in the 90s. And some of you may recognize this picture. I think it's a pretty famous picture. Those men in uniform are Serbians, and those citizens on the ground are Bosnians. And this is one of the first pictures that showed the rest of the world kinds of things that were happening in this region at the time. And this article is about identifying that man in front who's kicking the woman on the ground. And it's not really a spoiler alert, it's in the title of the article, but he actually just works like as a DJ in Serbia now. He's never faced any trial for his crimes. But yeah, it's a really interesting article. It has a lot of cool evidence. They were really thorough, and some of the evidence that they included is these payroll documents from the Serbian government during the 90s, but they present them in redacted form because they wanted to protect the privacy of the people who they weren't investigating. And so what Starling Lab came to us and asked was, could we produce proofs that these redactions had been done honestly? And so we worked with them to do that. And if you go to this article, you can, I think it's called the document archive, you can kind of click around and explore. But every redacted document is accompanied by this series of documents, which is stored on some kind of blockchain. And I'm gonna be kind of using the word document and image interchangeably because they took photos of the documents and those were the things that were redacted. But basically, each of these redacted images is accompanied by a document that specifies the coordinates of the redaction. We also have the hash of the original unredacted image and a proof that shows that if you take the original image that hashes to this given hash, and you redact the given coordinates, you will get the redacted image that's in the article.
That's in PNG.
Yeah, I think we actually did it on the RGB values, but yeah, essentially. So that's pretty cool. This article was actually nominated for a digital media Emmy, which is a really fun way of saying that it did not win a digital media Emmy, but I think it's still worth checking out. And just a few concluding thoughts. So I think the really, really big picture takeaway from this talk is that there's been a lot of improvement in proof systems in recent years, and a lot of that has been driven by blockchain applications and use cases. But as I hopefully convinced you in this talk, there are a lot of other really cool application areas that we could potentially use ZK technology for. And in particular, we showed that we can create photo editing proofs for realistically sized images in a reasonable amount of time, which is not something that we were able to do back in 2016 when that first photo proof paper was published. And I said I would get back to this at the end, but I think the major weak point of this system would be key extraction. So if attackers could extract the key from the signing key from the camera, then they could just sign anything they wanted. And so one potential mitigation is maybe we could store these signing keys in hardware enclaves. So that would require collaborating with folks like Google and Apple and maybe seeing if they could put these signing keys in the hardware enclaves of the folks that they're producing. And the very last thing I'll leave you with is an open problem, which is I've only been talking about photos in this talk, but an open question is how would we create these kinds of editing proofs for videos? So as Justin said in his earlier talk, proving time is really the bottleneck here, and proving time greatly increases with the size of the secret witness. And with these 30 megapixel photos, we were kind of already at the limit of what was reasonable in terms of proof generation time, and videos are much larger than 30 megapixel images. And so the question is, if we wanted to create editing proofs for videos, could we even do that? What kind of edits could we do that for? What would that look like? And we've started to do a little bit of thinking on this issue, but if anyone has any ideas or thoughts, I'd love to hear them. And that's it.
Can you explain please why you hash twice? Why hashing, why using only the lattice is not enough?
Yeah, it is enough security-wise, it's just pretty big. And so we just wanted to get it down to a small, so you prove that you have the hash, then you have to prove that you have a signature on the hash. So and that proof, the signature proof, that is going to be larger, the larger the thing you're signing is. So we get the lattice hash, and then we reduce the size of the lattice hash by hashing it again, and then that would make the signature proof smaller.
Okay.
Or shorter.
How do you handle loss and image compression?
Yeah, so we were assuming that we're not working with lossy images. So.
Oh, gotcha. That's easy.
So that it does make it a lot easier, but that's also one of the difficulties of working with video too.
Yes.
Compression. Yeah.
Most of them are like compressed out of the camera.
Yeah.
I assume you have traffic hardware assumptions for this work.
Sorry?
Do you have traffic hardware assumptions for this work?
No. We're assuming that you can't extract the key from the camera. But that's really it.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are. I'm gonna set up for panel. So I know we're about 30 minutes shifting on our schedule. So we're going to shorten the preparation as much as we can and start our panel immediately. This is going to be a conversation between practitioners of privacy and policy and law enforcement to try to figure out what's the right balance between all of these aspects. Looking at zero knowledge proof is a very powerful technique that has all these implications. So back here in less than 10 minutes. If not mistaken, I'm at the spot in the room where you will hear me, but the microphones will hear me a bit less. So as I'm asking the questions, I'm asking them very, very loud, but it does not mean that I'm getting at you. I'm just trying to project, Okay. Very happy to have this the conclusion for this day be this panel of esteemed guests. We have been talking throughout the day. We have been talking throughout the day about the techniques, the zero group techniques. Definitely had a lot of technology during this day, and we've seen the uses of this technology in enhancing trust and talking about privacy and balancing this with the needs for compliance. And talks about that during the day, and so I've invited you to dive a bit deeper on exactly those tension points of balancing privacy for our citizens and responsible deployment of those techniques so that they're not misused. So me, my colleagues. Carol.
I'm Carol Van Cleef. I have been, I'm a banking regulatory lawyer by background who went down the rabbit hole of digital assets in 2008 before Bitcoin, and have been around, I think, almost at every iteration of cryptocurrencies since then.
Where does privacy meet you?
Where does privacy meet me? Well, my expertise is on anti-money laundering compliance and sanctions compliance. And so there's an obvious and very interesting tension between privacy and those compliance regimes.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Hi, everyone. I'm Houman Shadab. I'm a co-founder of ICME, and we're building ZKP technology, like many of you are in this room, which is exciting to hear about. We're building it very much along the lines of just Taylor was talking about, with folding schemes and limit tables. From the privacy angle, we are, I think we're bringing in privacy first technology, like any, obviously zero knowledge, ZK, and zero knowledge ZK. Part of that, as well as building a prover network that's decentralized, because of ZK WASM that can run your laptop, so keeping data local, I think is important for that. I'm also practicing attorney scale as counsel, and like anyone advising clients, who's wrestling with these broader, very important, I think very difficult to easily solve, if at all, policy tensions between privacy and everything else.
I'm Jeng. I'm co-founder of Digital Self Labs. We are a tech and policy advisory firm. Before I joined the crypto space, I was a financial regulator and began actually as a Bank Secrecy Act enforcement attorney at the OCC, and then moved on to US Senate working on Dodd-Frank Act. US Treasury, the Fed, where I worked on Basel capital standards, so different type of standard than the kind we were talking about today. But then I was at Basel again, Switzerland, working on those big like financial institution too big to fail standards. But where I really got into privacy was when I chaired the Basel Committee's working group on open banking. And that really brought up the questions of what kind of data can banks share about us, the customer, how much control do we have as the individual over our data. And I went down a deep rabbit hole after that. I wrote a book and ended up at a crypto startup, including one that actually built a DeFi payments network using Zcash-like privacy features. And so it's something that I think we all live and breathe, just don't realize it. And now I work deeply in policy issues, and that's how I know Carlos as well.
Thanks. Good intro. So my name is Carlos Orozco. I'm a supervisory special agent with IRS Criminal Investigation. We are the law enforcement branch of the IRS. We not only focus on tax crimes, but also non-financial, non-tax crimes. And so I've been with the agency for about 18 years now. A lot of my work in sort of more recent history has been focused on the illicit uses of virtual assets and supporting our investigators in the field that investigate specifically non-tax crimes into the way that the digital assets are used. I think I think just kind of where sort of my role with privacy, and obviously law enforcement is every day, but privacy, I think from our perspective, right, is sort of important, very important to the way we work our investigations, not only on the tax side, and there's, obviously specific laws about, tax information privacy. So protecting that information in the context of our investigations, in addition to when we're, working sort of non-tax investigations with, grand jury secrecy, and protecting the evidence and the information that we're collecting through that process. And you get into more about sort of the challenge benefits, but yeah, that's kind of where I sit in that.
Okay, so I'm trying to crank the controversy button all the way. Donald Trump. I come from Tel Aviv, and when I've been looking at what's going on in America, one thing that fascinated me was that for many years, people were talking about the tax records of Donald Trump, and that has never leaked. What it showed to me, or for years it hasn't leaked, it showed to me that this type of privacy that you're talking about at the IRS is probably very, very deep in the DNA. And so I invite you to this panel as a law enforcement person from an agency that obviously cares about privacy, but most people in the room and most users of crypto or of privacy techniques would view the IRS as the people that, the bad guys, the ones that are trying to, or part of this system that are trying to get as much information as possible, branding us all in advance as potentially tax evaders or launderers, etc., and just trying to make things cross data and figure out why they were right with all of us being criminals. What would you respond to that?
I would respond that I guess there's different things to respond. So first off, right, like I think from a tax perspective, which I think it's sort of a little bit I get too far off what we're talking about, but right, like being able to contribute to the society that we live in, right? And so I think all of us could agree that we want a society where we can all sort of live peacefully and live sort of with some of the benefits that the tax dollars provide, right?
The resources that
exactly, and so when when perhaps others aren't paying their fair share, that probably make a lot of us upset about that. And so from our perspective, like that's the people that we're investigating on the tax side, right? Those that aren't contributing their fair share based off the laws that we've, all established, our Congress has established in this country. And so that's on the tax side. And then on sort of the illicit finance side, what I would say is we've got, we can certainly all agree that there's all sorts of, we can all agree on privacy being important to the aspects, and somebody else was talking about that earlier, being sort of preserving privacy to protect some of the other sort of rights that we have. And I think that we can all agree that there are certain crimes out there we just want to sort of eradicate. We don't want the technology that's helping preserve privacy to facilitate these sort of heinous crimes that are occurring, whether it's the abuse of children, terrorism, or drug cartels, distributing fentanyl and killing innocent people. Like those are all things that I feel like we all can sort of get behind, and that's the other aspect that, from our perspective, we're certainly on the virtual asset side, we're focused on.
That was an excellent answer.
It's not an answer to the Trump question.
Trump was the
icebreaker.
The red flag. So yes, the detention is clearly there, right? In order to do your job, you need to be able to access some information, but the baseline is that the information should be protected, and I am hearing what you're saying, but there is an assumption of innocence for all of us using the technology. Is this assumption of innocence, Carol, do you still see it when you talk today about cryptography and crypto assets?
So I'm probably the wrong person to ask that question to, because I'm not the person who sees 99% of the people to be innocent. I look at 99% presumption of guilt. Not from everybody's guilty, but there's a lot more illegal activity than we like to admit to. Even if you go to tax cheating, I guess their estimates always come out around April 15th that says, 1/3 of all US taxpayers cheat on their taxes in some way or another. So where I play in the system is with the I guess the people you used to regulate and examine, and they're the banks, they're the money service businesses, and even those entities that aren't subject to the Bank Secrecy Act, which is our requirement to look, see, and report to the government. There's still federal criminal statutes that all of us that apply to all of us. And if we see something, or if there's something that's happening through our business or through our protocol or whatever it is, and we're not taking steps to prevent the criminal abuse of it, you can go to jail for it. That doesn't get prosecuted as often as just those under the Bank Secrecy Act regime, because they usually touch stuff more than anybody else. But bottom line is that there are people who are employed by the companies who are subject to these laws that they have to look and they have to see and they have to report. And those people need information. And when you start using zero knowledge proof type techniques or other things that are keeping all of that information from coming to people who need it, their jobs are in danger. And as we just saw with finance, the compliance officer has now been held liable for the actions of the entity itself.
Did Binance not have access to the information, or did they have access and just close their eyes?
I think that it's a don't ask,
okay.
don't tell.
So if the technology, the same technology that lets people decide what they're sharing and decide what remains private and what isn't, that technology doesn't let companies do their job when they're trying to do compliance. So I'll go to you, Houman. How do companies manage to build and deploy systems that tackle those this tension.
Yeah, I mean, I think as maybe your colleague was explaining earlier, they might have to be privacy by default technology that allows some room for third parties, governmental actors to access maybe information on aggregate or otherwise. I don't know if that would be called a crypto backdoor or something. I think what's interesting is that the IRS proposed regulations that apply wide-ranging definition, broad definition of broker for the industry, and that would capture a lot of players in DeFi and other aspects of the cryptocurrency industry. Many comments were put on the proposed regulations. One interesting part of the proposed regulations, though, coming from a privacy angle, was that the IRS, when regulations are proposed in this country, there's oftentimes questions they'll ask for the public to contribute answers to, or just to discuss, at least in their comments. And one was about, are there basically privacy enhancing technologies that can allow people to comply with the proposed broker regulations or broker dealer regulations, any definitions under the Treasury Department regulations for tax reporting purposes, which is where it comes from, that could also allow them to keep their privacy yet somehow comply with either identity requirements or just like prepaid tax requirements. So there's going to be some acknowledgement, from the federal government about the possibility of having a QEDIT, at least in some contexts. So I think that's interesting to think about.
If we look at the trend there, we have seen the bank secrecy being slowly eaten when it comes to FATF regulations. There's been in the past years even the most secretive countries, Switzerland, were forced basically to abandon large pieces of what they were holding there. Linda, do you think that we will be able to get into that nuance of you can have compliance but still not require everyone to be by default sending all their data in case there's some forensic analysis later on?
Yeah, thank you for that question, because I think we need to go back to the basics. The current AML regime, and I only learned this the hard way, having begun my legal career as a BSA enforcement attorney, I quickly discovered that our current Bank Secrecy Act AML regime is not very effective and certainly not efficient. It maybe stops about 1% of all illicit financial activities in the US. And we, I think, have a rating of, 3% score in terms of effectiveness that was recently conducted by the OECD. So why do we even have this regime that's so ineffective, very costly, and essentially broken? It's because, in 1974, Congress passed the Bank Secrecy Act, and Congress delegated to the Treasury, FinCEN, to the US bank regulators, the responsibility of managing anti-money laundering and counter terrorism financing requirements. And then in turn, the government handed off that responsibility, that obligation of monitoring to the banks. And so what that meant was banks then had to, and other financial institutions have to monitor our banking transactions. And then whenever we hit a $5,000 threshold or a $10,000 deposit threshold, they have to file a currency transaction report. Anytime there's anything slightly suspicious, such as maybe you put a deposit that's just below 10,000, they have to submit a suspicious activities report. So in 1974, immediately the California Bankers Association filed a lawsuit and went all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled, no, it's constitutional because we have this thing called third-party doctrine, and the banks already have this information about you. And so the banks can share it with the US government, and it's okay. But keep in mind, in 1974, if you look at a bank statement back then, all it had was how much you had in your bank account and how much interest you were getting, and then perhaps your cash withdrawals, and then whatever income was going into the account.
There wasn't any APR on the staking on the Ethereum DeFi.
No, yeah,
sidechain.
no, not yet. And so fast forward to today, and the PSA has now been augmented by the USA Patriot Act and also the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2020. The banks have a lot of information on us. They know exactly where I am all the time because I buy everything digitally. I use my credit card, my debit card. I use, I don't think I carry cash anymore. And so I do think that our AML regime may be unconstitutional because of millions upon millions of transactions that are reports that are filed about our daily digital financial lives to and sent in some honeypot data trove somewhere. I don't know where. I have a suspicion where, but I won't say here. Is quite worrying for privacy purposes. So these technologies we're talking about today could actually bring back the responsibility of identifying, tracing suspicious activities, freezing and seizing suspicious assets back to government, away from financial institutions. So you're not relying on third-party reporting anymore. And it's up to the government to actually do the surveillance themselves because blockchain allows them to do that.
So may I jump in on that? It's an interesting perspective to hear what you've said. First of all, I guess I would probably challenge the proposition that the banks have all that information for suspicious activity monitoring. And we're picking on the banks right now. We're not even talking about the securities firms or, God bless us, the money transmitters who are usually several steps behind. But again and again and again, the banks get into trouble because they haven't pulled that information together for their suspicious activity monitoring, so they're doing a robust enough job. And we've seen the Madoff case, for example, is a perfect example. And that goes back now 15 years, where Madoff was doing business with Citibank over here, or Chase or whomever it was, and had his customers, the people that were getting abused by him over here in the same institution, and there ended up being very large lawsuits, and at the end of the day, there were large fines that were also paid because they hadn't looked across the organization in that kind of way. So I guess I'm not quite sure I would say it's quite that bad in terms of the amount of information these organizations have. They do a much better job of using it for marketing and for other purposes than necessarily for surveillance.
Yeah, but my point is we should not continue to rely on third-party reporting for the entire AML framework. I think for CFI that can still work, but when we start having digital peer-to-peer transactions, you cannot require a third party to step in and report.
So do we have the tools though? So if you're now in an investigation trying to hop from one bad actor to the next, and you hit a wall and you don't have access to data for any reason, do you have the tools today to conduct these digital assets investigations?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly have tools to conduct digital asset investigations. I mean, there are some challenges, right, when it comes to, let's say, privacy transactions, where we may hit a roadblock in terms of tracing the financial flows. And I will say, sort of at this point, there's still sort of other avenues to explore that we can look at in working in the investigation. I mean, I think one sort of example, right, with if you're familiar with the Bitfinex, the heist of 2016 with the 120,000 Bitcoin. So our agents worked that case, and 7 years later, we're able to identify the people who compromised the accounts and laundered some of the funds. And while some of it had gone to into privacy, going into narrow, there was certainly other aspects still touching the fiat traditional system, and obviously other blockchains that allowed us to piece together facts. to be able to sort of make that case. And so there are some challenges in that sense. I think sort of from law enforcement's perspective, like we do rely on those third-party reporting, right? Because that's just the way that we're operating right now and have been operating for years.
Is there an expectation that the data will be there going forward?
I mean, it depends. I don't know. It's one of those sort of weird questions because I mean, we've had Bitcoin in existence for about 15 years now, and yet we still have sort of a lot of illicit activity in sort of the fiat space, right? Like, yeah, there's a lot of illicit activity in crypto, but the fiat still is dominant, and so there are still a lot of touch points in this sort of traditional, fiat space that helps us do that. And certainly when it comes to sort of, working with VASP, that you have compliance programs that sort of fall into the existing framework, like that is helpful for us, both when it's legitimate, like KYC information, and sometimes even when it's, completely false KYC information. Those are still leads that we can follow, and then use to sort of piece together, like let's say a scammer who opens up various accounts at VASP with native information. Oftentimes we're able to link, let's say, an email account associated, with an account at one exchange and another account at a different exchange, and be able to sort of piece those pieces together.
So, when you're referring to VASPs, you're already talking in a language that is in one side of the spectrum, right? You have a whole full industry that doesn't preoccupy itself with what's going to happen when that token is going to down ramp. It's none of their business. They're occupied with creating the next generation of capabilities, building on the technologies that were there before at a very accelerated pace. So I'll ask this to you, Houman. When you are designing protocols, building techniques, do you have in mind what will happen at the end if someone at a VASP or at an exchange actually needs to go back, retrace, prove things about what they've done in this open crypto world, so to make the life of the regulated entities easier? You have them in your design?
Yeah, to some extent we play out how this use case or how the technology will work in certain use cases and certain areas, including what if it is enabling a user to do something and a regulator or government official asks for information that they cannot retrieve, that we as a software development company certainly don't have or store or even see. So that's something to think about. Maybe to shy away, frankly, from the hardest use cases, implementations, and focus on things that are a bit more tractable, where there is kind of a win-win, where there may be not bad actors operating. And going back to the AML scenario, back in April, the Treasury Department also did a report, and that one specifically called out zero knowledge proofs by name. It said zero knowledge proofs may be a way to comply with AML regulations, again, in a privacy enhancing way. So just to focus on ZKP by name, I thought that was quite interesting as well, that there is some interest and maybe even more among policy officials. Yeah, so April 2023, Treasury Department did a report, I think, on the risks of DeFi. Page 35 should be, I just read it. You'll see it there, just one sentence, but it's out there now. I think as developers and practitioners, as researchers and scientists, making this stuff explainable and bridging that gap between this black box of cryptography and the real world implementations. How can a regulator, a lawmaker, a compliance official really trust this stuff? Because how do I know just because ZKP says something is true, it's actually true? I'm not sure Congress will buy the idea that, well, it's math, it has to work. So somehow bridging that gap, I think for all of us, is important.
Can I take a bit of a step back? I've got a little bit more perspective on.
You were also in the past 2 days, there was a sister conference of the Digital Dollar Project, right? And they were discussing the need for to have a digital dollar that is with very strong privacy, elements as a counter to digital yuan or anything that's like full surveillance.
And that's a competitive issue to a certain extent, that CBDCs should be, a high priority for governments looking at really retooling their financial rails. But when it scares people when you start talking about the potential loss of privacy. On the other hand, at the end of the day, and I've seen this for many years now in many cycles, that when it comes time, there's a terrorist attack. Usually the money laundering, we'll leave Donald Trump's name out of the picture right now, but the sort of the criminal, the drug stuff, that's not allowed to go on for a lot of years. But when there's a terrorist attack, that's when we respond, because there's just no ifs, ands, and buts. We're going to deal with it. And at that point, the privacy issues become very much secondary. And what happens is those that are left in the wake of not having really done the steps that I talked about, the compliance officers need to do certain things, haven't done it, they're going to be the ones who are going to be in trouble at the end. And so that's the tension that we have. I go back to 9/11 and the passage of the Patriot Act, which was within days, really. And I sat down with the Patriot Act and I wrote a 100-page summary of Title III, which was the anti-money laundering provisions. And I thought to myself, there's a beautiful business model here that you will see a big uptick in spend on AML compliance related stuff. And then as that starts to come down, we'll see a big spend in privacy. So you've got a counter-cyclical business model there. Well, the bottom line is we've never seen, we haven't seen a downtrend in either of them.
Because it's a race to the bottom. If you have compliance tools that are better than other compliance tools, if you're not, as a bank, using the utmost compliance tools, then what are you doing? You need to use the stronger ones, and it brings the entire the scrutiny of all of those financial transactions. There's no counterweight to kind of balance that. You have a balancing force from, let's say, civil society that wants to take back some of this privacy and use this advanced math to build its own tools, and then
And I pointed out to them that blockchain analytics is where a lot of time and attention, a lot of money has gone into it. Well, one of the blockchain analytics firms, CipherTrace, was acquired by MasterCard 2 years ago. So MasterCard is sitting there with a blockchain analytics company as a subsidiary. And why? Because they're
anonymize everything.
No, it's where the credit card business is going, is into crypto. So what they're doing now is that they have a product that every credit card issuing bank in the country, when it gets its bill every month, has a small charge that's attached for a report that that bank is being given about its customers who are doing crypto-related transactions, not necessarily buying crypto through the bank, which is not really allowed at this point, but is sending money to Coinbase or to another exchange. And now they're starting to give tools to the bank so that they can start to see more and more of that transaction. So I guess the more you get, the more you want from a law enforcement perspective. But these are the kinds of things we need to understand. And so when you start to enter into the technology, the ZKProof type situation, is that how are you going to really be able to use that in a way that may accomplish the privacy, but is not going to take us a step back or 2 steps or 3 steps back on where we've come, and being able to link a variety of pieces of information together and doing research on potential economic crime.
So if I understand correctly what you're saying, you're saying we had some progress on tools to understand crime and to fight crime, and the banks are slowly getting up to speed to fight crime. And
well, to understand more, have tools to look at crypto activity. So you have your credit card, you decide to use your credit card to buy some crypto on Coinbase. And now they can show that transaction, and now they know there's an account at Coinbase. And then becomes more of an imperative to look at what's happening at your account at Coinbase.
so now
But that's just traditional AML compliance.
yeah, there's going to be 360 view of everything you do, both in crypto.
Yes, so the point though that's really important is there's always going to be a tension between national security and privacy. And so right now we're at a really interesting point in the development of the nature of money. And do we want an ECNY like digital yuan where the People's Bank of China collects the mobile number of every transaction? Or do we want a central bank digital currency that collects no data, and that's and then there's a spectrum in between. And so the point I'm trying to make is that we have an AML regime that was adopted half a century ago and is outdated, and it's time for a revamp.
And guess what? The Treasury Department yesterday sent a whole package of amendments up that says it's the largest package of amendments since Patriot Act 22 years ago. And just like the Patriot Act, right after 9/11, some call comes from Senate, House, banking committees at the time. Hey, send us up everything you want us to tweak in the system that's not working now. And that's what happened yesterday. So I think we're in.
But that treasury letter actually doesn't ask for anything that FinCEN doesn't already have authorities.
I haven't seen it yet, so I haven't been able to read through what they.
So it says that we want authorities to be able to go after Hamas. Well, FinCEN does, OFAC has such authorities. It says that we want authorities to go after Tornado Cash. Well, it designated Tornado Cash last year.
Okay, bingo, you said Tornado Cash. Waiting to see who's the person that's going to talk about that. So 2 years ago at a Zcash conference, I met a person that was proudly showing me or bragging about how much they were involved in starting Tornado Cash, and then how much freedom it brought for people that wanted privacy, because he was actually doing some kinky coin that he preferred to remain private. And then the next day, it was announced that Tornado Cash is in those lists, and I got to brought the guy over, and he's like, "You just turned me over to the government. It's because of you." And he was thinking to himself, "Am I in trouble for being an advocate for privacy and even an advocate for fringe uses of this privacy?" Mind you, it wasn't talking about, hey, here's a tool to do illegal stuff. But my conversation with him was basically, if you know for sure that what you built is 50%, 75% volume used for laundering North Korea money, do you still support it?
Did you ask him that question?
But literally, of course. And this is it's a nice way to figure out where people stand. And I've been doing this also privately in Zcash and in other ecosystems, just to figure out if people are pragmatic or if people are, dogmatic. And I haven't found people that were all the way from that surrounding the developers and all those that are supporters of the greater good. I haven't found people that were dogmatic to the point of saying no, privacy is such an ultimate goal that even if we knew that 99% of the transactions are fraudulent and finance terrorism, we should shut them. They're pragmatic. They say, we don't want to participate in something that is nefarious. Now, that's a small group of developers that are kind of driven by value, but I see a very wide gap, and it's maybe a question again to you, Carlos. A very wide gap between what these people are seeing and telling themselves. We're developing a coin for privacy, and if ever that was completely misused, we drop it. A very wide gap between that and the perception of these people, because when, from your perspective, I would imagine you see the misuses that they cannot see.
Can I interject real quickly on that? Is that you said pragmatic and dogmatic, but what about naive? Because that's what I find more times than not in dealing with the developer, with the young, especially young entrepreneur, who nobody thinks their system's ever going to be used for cost. So I can also say the reason I'm passionate about this is because I actually represent on the backside of criminal prosecution, founders of gold-backed digital currency system. It was on the backside of the prosecution, and I looked and I realized these guys were not criminals. What went wrong with the situation? There was a lack of understanding. So I'm sorry, I'm just
No, for sure, please. Yeah, I think. Gosh, sorry.
The question is, what do you see from your end?
Yeah.
As you search, and try to do your job.
Yeah.
That a community that's driven by values cannot possibly see.
Yeah. I think there needs to be sort of this. First off, this evaluation of sort of risk, right? Sort of external risk to whatever you're building, and sort of that obviously is maybe not forefront, right? Because we don't have the perspective that I have as a law enforcement officer who sort of sees this on a regular basis.
How would they have such a perspective?
Well, I mean, I think there's that I don't honestly I can't, I'm not 100% sure, right? It's not being in those shoes. but at a minimum, sort of just maybe to the point you were saying about maybe not being so naive, right? Because thinking about it in a very practical sense, right? What do, like, just from a privacy perspective, like when you think about the way that we currently investigate our investigations, the sort of the ability for us to trace transactions on a public blockchain, right? Give us that ability to trace funds, whereas something that provides like a mixing capability or sort of creating transactions that are private, those allow for bad actors to exploit them, right? And so,
do they exploit them today? Do you have data or volume or anything?
I don't have statistics per se, but I certainly have anecdotal, right? And I mean, you look at the list of criminal enforcement actions, right? And you look at the indictments and statement of facts and sort of all the public evidence that's sort of made out there for the way that some of these things are used, right? And sort of Tornado Cash being an example, right? And so,
how did Tornado Cash? How did that activity affect your particular job as a researcher or
I guess be more precise in your question.
Did you see on your day-to-day people that use those exact techniques to evade?
Yeah. I mean, a service like that is just calls for illicit activity, and through using blockchain intelligence tools, like that's something that's sort of is pretty evident, and yeah, I mean, I guess I'll leave it at that. Like,
If I could suggest that, I apologize, but I, having worked with emerging alternative payment systems for 25+ years now, and having seen sort of almost every iteration along, and, you know, crypto is just, you know, I'll say this is just another iteration. It's a very powerful one, but, criminals are, if not the first adopters, they're among the first adopters of any new technology system that comes along. And that's the, again and again and again, the lesson that's not embedded in our entrepreneurs, our coders, our you know, so a lot of coders come to the table. This is great new technology. Oh, I can do so many powerful things with it. I can do good for the world, not realizing that for every reason they're doing good, they're also creating something, you know, for all the reasons it's good, it's also very useful for the criminal element.
100%, yeah. Yeah, the exact same reasons that you know, good actors, you know, appreciate you know, new technology, so the same reasons that bad actors use, right? You can say that about all sorts of new emerging technologies.
All right, so taking that as a, you know, so wake up. I would like to first float an idea as your reaction, and then I will turn it to the public. If you have questions to our panel, already think of who you want to ask and what you want to ask. So if we are starting from a presumption of innocence and that people that use the techniques until it's not proven that they're using for fraudulent reasons, there's no reason to reveal their data and dox them or publicize what they're doing. If we're looking at, I have some experience in the Zcash ecosystem, which is one of the most anonymous and private blockchains that are out there. And talking to the leaders of this ecosystem, what was the most problematic for them was the possibility of mass surveillance that the users cannot consent to. So, for example, if you put a button that says, "Oh, you can reveal transactions with a viewing key," well, they believe, and probably rightly so, that button would be glued down, and every single thing that they could reveal would be revealed. I don't know if it's a legitimate fear or not, but I did get a feedback that if a judge or a person, a human, is in the loop to approve every single snoop into transactions, then that might throttle or limit the amount of transactions that are revealed. And that actually presents some form of acceptable trade-off for people that are, you know, privacy advocates. If you have 100 addresses that per day or per hour that investigators can decide to check, but no more than that. That's your budget. That's the global budget between Interpol, IRS, FBI, DGSE, Mossad, and all the trigger words. So they will fight to who gets to put which type of crime on those 100 addresses. And as a community, as a blockchain community, we don't care. You fight. You figure out. You kick those terrorists and pedophiles out of our system. Thank you very much. But you only get 100. What would you say to that?
I mean, I think certainly, I don't know that I would limit it to 100%, right? But
okay, 99.
Well,
I
know, right? I mean, we have a similar system already, right? Where like, you know, we conduct search warrants of homes, right? But we don't just go whenever we feel like it. You have to show probable cause.
But that's because you need to move your physical self to do the warrant. But if it's electronic,
no, even with electronic search warrants, right? We have to put together an affidavit before a judge, and obviously to have actual facts that we swear to and put our careers, our reputation on the line in front of a magistrate who then evaluates the state of the facts and establishes whether or not there's probable cause, and then signs off on giving us authority to do that, right? And so I think there is like sort of that agreement for that. I just, I think there's a sort of limiting sort of the number of transactions. I mean, you could just depending on the case, right? And the way that like one investigator might articulate the need for specific transactions, right? And I think that's kind of what we already do. So
he's all the way up at the tip of the pyramid, right? And then if you go down the layers and you get down to the banks and the FIs at the end of the day, the FIs are having to do this kind of review and are really they're not supposed to be the investigators or whatever, but they really are sort of a first line of defense. And interestingly enough, all of the enforcement actions, or almost all of the enforcement actions we see coming out of the bank regulators out of FinCEN are usually tied to situations where they limit the number of cases that they're going to work. And so we're only going to take the top 100. The view is if you have 1,000 that are criminal activity, you should be working those cases.
So if I understand correctly, you say, okay, maybe the number is not 100, it's but the number is already de facto limited because when an activity is happening, it's happening with reason. The problem is that an ecosystem that doesn't trust the mechanisms for providing reasons function, it's very easy actually to project that if you think about another jurisdiction that you don't trust the way their enforcement works.
Yeah, I guess my other sort of thing that I always think about is sort of just putting yourself right as a developer as a victim, right? You have your assets in some sort of token form, right? And if they get stolen, what recourse do you have at that point? And like, what tools would you like law enforcement to have in order to help A, recover your stolen funds, and B, seek justice on your behalf, right? And so I think sort of putting that hat on maybe might sort of also just give.
I think not being an enabler for really bad actors to use the systems that you built is enough motivation.
Well, I'm just thinking along the lines of like how to build sort of features into the technology that help law enforcement do their job, right? And I'm happy to have conversations about like some of the challenges we have and sort of the use cases that the technology might help solve. I think there's opportunities certainly from like the verification side, but like also from the data protection side for where we have data, right? That like we need to be able to coordinate with other law enforcement from the local level all the way internationally. And sort of having all these different like data protection laws that are existing in various jurisdictions where we in law enforcement need to be able to coordinate with each other to be able to go after those bad actors. And how can we share that information when appropriate, right? So that we can coordinate on investigations and
a whole other use.
Totally.
And very useful, but a whole other use of privacy. Yep. If I may just raise your hand if you have questions to the panel. If not, we will continue on.
So, while people are getting ready to raise their hand, is that I'm a big believer in the technology. I love what the blockchain analytics firms have been able to accomplish. I think that what's happening in the ZKProof area is great. I think that what we have is definitely a transition period, and right now we have a set of laws and regulations and expectations that are built up by regulators as well as law enforcement community on how things should be. And we've got technology that's over here, and we've got to find a way to bridge that. And I still need to have a little bit more demonstration that I can live comfortably as a compliance professional in this ZKProof world. And I think that's the hurdle that has to be overcome.
So if I can build upon that as well, I was deeply vexed by what happened in Tornado Cash. We should not have terrorists using mixers, but I do see a digital financial future whereby I'm going to be paid in digital dollars on chain. Do I want the whole world to see my salary? No. If I want to see a mental health specialist, and I don't want to see the world to see that I'm paying the mental health specialist, can I not use a mixer like Tornado Cash? Like there are actually legitimate uses for Tornado Cash or mixers and maskers like Tornado Cash. And so the question becomes, how can we use the technology so good actors like myself can use them, and bad actors, it becomes too expensive for bad actors to use them. And I think we have a lot of new developments now with privacy pools and ZKP and with MPC, go on and on about how literally you can build a whole new paradigm with these new tools that can allow me, and I did mention I have worked on a digital identity standard called Verity. And what Verity did was you can collect KYC credentials from your bank, for example, saying, hey, I've been KYC'd, I'm a legitimate actor, and then I can go on to the ecosystem and be able to use, Mixer, for example, right? Because I've been paid in digital dollars. So that's the kind of building of the system that we need to be thinking about, and then demonstrating to regulators that this works and is actually more effective. And then law enforcement can use search and seizure tools to go on blockchain and be able to trace assets.
So maybe I'm not seeing any hands raised for now, even though I know that there's some people who strongly have feelings about everything that we discussed here. But it's okay, you can listen up. I'm looking at you,
Of course you are. So the question I have is, how do we put the genie back in the bottle? So we have blockchains that are out there. They're kind of Twitter for your bank account, all of your data is out there, and that's really bad thing for privacy and for national security. All of the tools we have to deal with fraud and blockchains now depend on chain analysis, elliptic, etc. So how do we move away from that and to these ZK things we all know we can sort of build? Because right now the problem, as somebody who's watched one or two privacy or cryptocurrencies, is getting anybody to list them or anybody to use them is very tricky because they're used to all the standard Twitter for your bank account fraud prevention.
I don't think you put it back you're not putting the genie back in the bottle, and that was recognized by the FinCEN director who actually said that in 2014. It is a arms race between the technology development and the law enforcement community, the compliance community, it's just going to keep a lot of people employed for a long time.
Yeah, there's another race there, which is the race between the amount of regular law-abiding users and bad actors. If you get, millions and billions to use these techniques, it's just like Signal, Telegram, and end-to-end encryption now in WhatsApp. Nobody is questioning that those tools should be available for everyone because it's overwhelmingly used for, telling your wife that you're late because the conference is a bit too long. Go ahead.
So my question is just addressing this whole, how do we convince Congress, senators to step in and regulate? And I was wondering, how is this situation similar and different from the Dodd-Frank, right? Because that's also a pretty technical law, not that I really understand it. So I don't know if you have.
Well, it's very dissimilar because I think a major challenge for cryptocurrency regulation is the fact that there are less or to no intermediaries that can be regulated. Typically, regulation happens of intermediaries. And I think another important takeaway for ZKP is that ZKP is not just about privacy, it is about decentralization and disintermediation. So Tornado Cash was partially not a money transmitter, or at least arguably, because if you share a proof of a password and not the password, if you share a proof of funds and not the funds, you're doing something fundamentally different than before. You take away control, and control is typically associated with the intermediary. So if you're a system, a protocol, you don't have passwords, you don't have knowledge and information, you don't have control.
Yeah, but if you get a cut of
it, yeah. So there's factors, but I think ZKP is even beyond privacy and comes back to the problem that was identified earlier about how do you regulate the unregulable, or that which ultimately does not exist?
But in terms of explaining it to the lawmakers.
That's what I was trying to do.
I think Senator Warren is an interesting case study because she's, the anti-crypto army. I think what people don't realize about her, she spent her whole career creating a system to help protect people. And help protect them, the average guy on the street or gal, who doesn't have access to protection otherwise. And I think that she's recognized the disintermediation factor that you very appropriately noted, and the impact that has on AML compliance as well. And I think that's why she's out there in the way that she is. And I've actually talked to a number of, I've been fairly vocal in the crypto community saying, you've got to get behind her psychology and why she's concerned, and how do we deal with the issues around the fact that we don't have the system that we've been relying upon for, many years. I mean, more than 50 years, goes back 70, 80, 100 years now. We're getting rid of that layer. We're potentially getting rid of that layer, and we don't have the same handle for regulation. We faced the same kind of thing with the banking industry back in the early 80s when we started moving away from interest rate control, where then we had to go to capital controls and so on. And it's you've got to find these answers, but unfortunately, there's not a lot of support in the crypto community for helping find these kinds of answers.
Right. One last question or not, otherwise we're saying thank you very much for this panel. Thank you so much. We are still streaming, just a moment.